The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
I hereby appoint the Honorable Darren Soto to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, throughout human history you have acted on our behalf, defended us against our enemies, saved us from our own sinfulness. And like those who have gone before us, we have failed to appreciate the mercy you have afforded us from the beginning of time. Show us the writing on the wall. Our days are numbered. It doesn't matter whether we are counting the days of our life or the time in our current vocation. You have determined the days we are given to serve you. May we not be found wanting, having fallen short of the part we play in your gracious design. May we instead look to all that you have done for us, all that you have promised, and remember how blessed we are. May we respond with full hearts and willing spirits in our attitudes and actions, living lives worthy of your mercy. May we speak your truth in our every word with our colleagues and constituents, as to the stranger and the estranged. And may we reflect to the world your steadfast love to those around us, the poor and needy, the offensive and the irascible, friend and foe. Holy God, make our lives count in the economy of your grace. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone's invited to participate. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests from 1-minute speeches from each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Robert Chisholm, an American hero who passed away peacefully on January 4th, 2022, after a lifetime of service to our country and to El Paso. Lieutenant Colonel Chisholm served in the Army during World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. He was a paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne Division when he parachuted into combat in Normandy, France on D-Day, a day that liberated Western Europe from Nazi rule. He was also recognized in 2012 by the French government and awarded the French Legion Medal of Honor. After 29 years of faithful service, he retired from the military and settled in El Paso, Texas with his wife, Margaret. Lieutenant Colonel Chisholm helped create a community for local veterans as a founding member of the Benavides-Patterson chapter of the 82nd Airborne Association, which awards scholarships to the children and grandchildren of paratroopers. May Lieutenant Colonel Robert Chisholm's legacy of devotion to our country and his fellow veterans and his unwavering commitment to service continue to inspire us all. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to the distinguished and exceptional career
requesting unanimous consent.
My friend, Command Sergeant Major John F. Sampa, the retiring Command Sergeant Major of the Army National Guard. It is one of my greatest honors and privilege to have served with then Sergeant John Sampa when I was a lieutenant with Bravo Company, 4th Battalion, 112th Armor in Rosenberg, Texas. He mentored and advised countless soldiers and airmen throughout his career. His rise to the highest enlisted rank in the National Guard was not by chance. Command Sergeant Major Sampa is an extremely talented and competent non-commissioned officer who led by example, outworked his peers, and always took care of his troops. Along with the citizens from the great state of Texas, the Army National Guard soldiers throughout the country, I wish Command Sergeant Major John Sampa a well-deserved retirement. He has served his neighbors, state, and country well. I wish John, his wife Carolette, son John, and daughter Julia all the best in their future endeavors. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate Korean American Day. I'm proud to represent the largest Korean American population of any congressional district in the country. Tomorrow we recognize the 119th anniversary of the arrival of the first Korean immigrants to the United States and the recognition that they contributed to the life and well-being of the people of the United States for so many years. But one person that is an example of that is Erin Pack, who leads the Care Center, Community Health Center in Los Angeles. During the pandemic, they kept their doors open, taking care of anybody who needed help, everything from testing to vaccine boosters to people who were Korean, Latino, didn't matter of their background, but their doors were open during the toughest times. And it is with that kind of commitment that Korean Americans have really made not only LA a better place to live, but the United States a better place to live. So I urge my colleagues to support my resolution to recognize the ideals of a Korean American Day and the essential contributions of Korean Americans to American life. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentle lady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentle lady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no substitute for conducting the business of the American people in person. On Monday, 80 members of the majority voted present by proxy. This is one of the most asinine things that has become commonplace under one-party rule by the majority. Have House Democrats become so averse to work that they now believe voting from their couches is a viable option? Mr. Speaker, it's time to end proxy voting once and for all. It's one of the many blemishes that have been put on this great body under one-party rule. If the current majority won't end proxy voting, Republicans will snuff it out entirely when we take back the House. It's past time to get back to work. I yield back.
Jenny lady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, from the steel mills to the auto plants, Buffalo and Western New York is a community that respects hard work and his long and strong record of leading and supporting the labor movement. That tradition continues with local Starbucks workers. Despite pressure, tactics, and roadblocks, they were successful in their bid to organize unions at Starbucks locations in Buffalo and Cheektowaga, New York. This weekend, I was proud to stand with the Starbucks Elmwood employees who were fighting for better working conditions. Today, I recognize the efforts of all workers who show courage and solidarity in their fight for fair wages and working conditions. Every social movement in America started from the ground up, from people with passion and vision to demand better for their workplace, for their community, and for our collective future. Congratulations to Starbucks Workers United. Your organizing achievement is a victory for many and an inspiration to all. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, more than 1 million students started 2022 with closed schools. Another year of disrupted learning. In Chicago, more than 300,000 kids spent 4 days locked out of their classrooms. This is the same Chicago that received nearly $2 billion from the Democrats' so-called COVID relief bill to keep schools open. We have an education and a mental health crisis on our hands. Every student who's trapped behind a screen knows it. Every mom and dad who is anxious about another year of last-minute closures knows it. Even Democrat mayors and voters know it. And yet President Biden said yesterday America is on the right track with regard to the pandemic. Mr. President, in what world is this considered the right track? Disrupted learning means we are leaving behind a generation of struggling students. It might be the single most destructive policy imposed on our children this century. The negative consequences can last a lifetime. The only question we have now is, how do we save our kids from more disruptions to their education in the days and weeks to come? The President of the United States could have gone to Chicago or any other of the 5,400 schools that started off this year closed to send a clear signal the kids belong in the classroom. Instead, he was in Atlanta yesterday, delivering a speech that was so self-serving and out of touch that even Stacey Abrams kept her distance. But I have a simple principle that every parent knows well. Our kids' education is not dispensable. Their futures are not dispensable. I believe that as a parent, as a lawmaker, and as an American citizen, and I know every House Republican believes it too, we must be a society that pushes to do the best we can for the next generation. A society that finally achieves the goal of allowing every kid in every neighborhood to go to the school that their parents believe is best for them. House Republicans will work to make sure our children are the national priority they should be, even if this administration and House Democrats won't. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the members of South Metro Fire Rescue for their bravery and professionalism in combating the devastating Marshall Fire that swept across Boulder County. As we prepared to ring in the new year, Colorado experienced the most destructive wildfire in its history. Faced with hurricane-level winds that fueled rapid spread, our very own South Metro firefighters jumped into action. They sacrificed time with family during the holidays and put their lives on the line to protect thousands of homes, save countless lives, and make our community proud. Rising temperatures and prolonged drought have made wildfires a part of everyday life in Colorado. As Coloradans inevitably face similar challenges in the coming years, I am grateful to have the heroes at South Metro representing and protecting our community. I am honored to recognize the members of South Metro Fire Rescue for their service to our community and thank them for inspiring a hope in our future. I hope that together we can face the challenges of this new future head on. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
President Biden promised to, quote, shut down the COVID-19 virus, not the country, unquote. He also promised, quote, access to regular, reliable, and free COVID-19 testing, unquote. But as we near a year into his presidency, he has failed to deliver on these basic promises. In the Trump administration, we got Operation Warp Speed. However, for the Biden administration, we seem to be getting Operation No Rush. President Biden alone is to blame for the current testing shortage that the American people are facing. Just look at the facts. In the spring of 2021, when a group of health agency officials approached the White House on a proposal to purchase millions of rapid tests, the White House officials never followed up. In October 2021, White House officials rejected a proposal for free rapid tests for the holiday season. In December 2021, President Biden announced that 500 million tests would be sent out in January 2022. However, the contract for these tests has yet to be signed. The bottom line is that President Biden failed to meet his promises, and the American people are paying the price. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The past year has been an explosion in gun sales, and with it, a 30% rise in the murder rate. Yet, at a time when the data becomes increasingly clear that more guns in the hands of those who should not have them results in more deaths of those who should still be alive and with us today. Republican officials across the country are trying to make it easier for anyone to wield guns around our children and our families. Back in my home state of Georgia, our governor is trying to implement permitless carry, irresponsible legislation that is dangerous for our law enforcement, dangerous for our families, and dangerous for the people that we love and cherish. We cannot allow these destructive efforts to continue, and we must reaffirm our dedication to passing meaningful legislation that truly saves American lives. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, a week after my visit to the border to meet with agents on the ground and survey the situation with my own eyes, I'm here to report some unsurprising, I repeat, unsurprising news. There is still a growing crisis at our nation's southern border. I saw firsthand how President Biden has ceded, not in farming, but given up, ceded control of the southern border to the cartels. Thankfully, Texas Governor Abbott has stepped up to enforce the law, but federal border agents continue to lack critically federally provided resources. From halting construction of the wall and resisting the Remain in Mexico policy to releasing illegals into our interior and pursuing mass amnesty, this president and Democrats in Congress have incentivized a long-term border surge that will forever change our nation. I urge my colleagues to reverse these America Last policies, secure the border, and uphold law and order in the face of this current administration's refusal to do so. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we're seeing a wave of voter suppression efforts show their ugly heads across this country, a crisis of unprecedented proportion that's cracking at the very foundation of our democratic process. Republicans have continued to push lies and conspiracy theories to depress voter turnout and sow mistrust in our elections at the highest level. It's time that we choose the filibuster or democracy. We cannot allow arcane Senate rules to stand in the way of this Congress upholding its most basic constitutional responsibility at one of the most critical junctions in our history. It is incumbent on us to restore voting right protections that our nation's civil rights leaders bled to secure. This Congress can and will fight against the draconian measures to restore and expand the sacred right to vote. And history will remember anyone that stands on its way. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The December jobs report came in less than half were projected. People continue to suffer at the hand of Biden and Democrat policies. Jobs are being destroyed. A recent national poll found that 68% of respondents said the economy was a top concern. Inflation as a tax on all Americans has gone up every month since the Biden presidency. Gasoline is up 58%, propane, kerosene, and firewood up 34%, bacon up 21%, hamburgers up 20%. Real wages have decreased under the Biden in the 8 of his 10 full months in office, with a loss of $5,000 per family.
The Democrat elite think they are smarter than everyone and think Democrat voters and Democrat media are ignorant to believe that trillions of dollars cost $0. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years in the global war on terrorism, which continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. Sadly, we are in day 151 of Americans Left Behind, as cited by Sean Hannity. I yield back.
Back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader Mitch McConnell and Senate Republicans have repeatedly taken a stand against the truth and common sense by devoting themselves to the big lie, flip-flopping from previous positions with the aim of satisfying a virulent base to obtain power, defending the January 6th insurrection and protecting violent radical extremists, passing dozens of anti-voting laws across the country, taking up dangerous and destructive efforts to take over and sabotage future elections, all with the aim of staying in power at the expense of democracy and what our founders held dear. The flip-flop continues with the filibuster. Let's be clear. Mitch McConnell has a long record of changing the rules whenever it suits him and continues to mislead about the filibuster. There have been more than 161 changes made to the filibuster in the last 5 decades, with the filibuster altered to pass trade deals, tax cuts, and Supreme Court justices. The filibuster is not in the Constitution, and the founders only mentioned supermajority for impeachment. They must do better on the other side of the aisle and the other side of this Capitol. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards members of the Senate. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Today it's my great honor to pay tribute to my friend and colleague, Bob Woolley. Bob Woolley and I served together in the New Mexico House of Representatives, and he has a passion for the people. He served as chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee. He also served in the Army during the Vietnam War, so his passion for helping our veterans stems way beyond his service in the state, but it stems beyond. It stems throughout the nation. Bob is a no-nonsense cowboy. He's got a zest for life, a zest for serving God. He also has a zest for telling the truth, even if you didn't want to hear it. I am honored today to recognize Bob, his beautiful wife, Jana, he's been married to for 48 years. They have 2 children, 5 grandchildren, and we will be celebrating in New Mexico Bob Woolley's 75th birthday. So on behalf of the U.S. House of Representatives, I wish Bob Woolley a happy 75th birthday. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise today. I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize Agent Ashley Ferris of the Lakewood Police Department for her heroic actions, which undoubtedly saved lives and protected our community from further violence. On December 27, 2021, the Denver and Lakewood, Colorado communities experienced a terrible tragedy. A gunman opened fire at multiple locations in Denver before traveling to Lakewood, where he continued the shooting spree. As a result of this gun violence, 5 lives were taken and 2 others were injured. My condolences go to the friends and family of the 5 victims of the murders: Alicia Cardenas, Danny Schofield, Sarah Steck, Elisa Gunn Maldonado, and Michael Swinyard. Jimmy Maldonado was injured, as well as Agent Ferris, who bravely confronted and killed the gunman even after being shot in the abdomen, undoubtedly preventing additional loss of life. The Lakewood Police Department said it best: if not for the heroic efforts of Agent Ferris and other law enforcement, this incredibly violent tragedy could have even been worse. Agent Ferris was previously recognized for her actions on the job in 2020 when she, along with 2 fellow Lakewood police officers, performed life-saving measures on a woman suffering medical distress. For her actions, she was presented with the department's Life-Saving Award. I'm thankful Agent Ashley Ferris was recently released from the hospital. I wish her a full and speedy recovery, and I extend my deepest appreciation for her bravery, sacrifice, and service to our community. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. In the midst of a statewide drought emergency, California has experienced much-needed rain and snowfall during these winter months. While communities across my district are especially grateful for the rainfall we've encountered, I remain concerned that the state of California has already announced a 0% allocation for water deliveries for this year. I also remain concerned that the Bureau of Reclamation could possibly announce a similar water allocation for 2022 within the next month. This is unacceptable. We must work together to figure out a way to fully utilize the water we have access to in a way that benefits our communities and agriculture production. Farmers are desperate for water to grow their crops. Rural towns continue to face water shortages. We need this rain. But we also need to do a better job of managing our resources. We have opportunities to move water responsibly when the snowpack melts. As you can see here, more than 5 million acre-feet of water was sent out to the ocean over this past year. This could have gone a long way for our communities and for farmers in the Central Valley. I have asked time and time again for support from the House majority to address this issue. The families of the Central Valley cannot continue to wait, and I ask my colleagues yet again to join my efforts to improve water management in California. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share how the recent enactment of the bipartisan infrastructure law is already delivering for organized labor and businesses in the 1st District of Indiana. My district is home to 3 airports that are drivers in our economy. They are essential to moving goods and people throughout the region and nation and create good-paying jobs and increased economic opportunities. According to the Federal Aviation, 3 regional airports are expected to receive funds under the bipartisan infrastructure law, including over $150,000 to the Michigan City Municipal Airport, almost $300,000 to the Porter County Regional Airport, and over $750,000 to the Gary Chicago International Airport. I look forward to continuing the work in the spirit of cooperation with local and state officials to harness the impact of the bipartisan infrastructure law. With that, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor Matt Pettigo of Allen County, Kentucky, who recently retired as general manager of the Citizen Times newspaper in Scottsville. After 22 years of reporting on the community he loves, Matt decided to put down his pen and pursue other ventures. At a time when many people are distrustful of the agenda of the media, Matt has been a shining star over the years in accurately reporting on current events and happenings in Allen County. Through numerous interviews and conversations with Matt during my years in public service, I grew to appreciate his work ethic, knowledge of the issues, and passion for sharing the news with his community. While he may be retiring, I know from my interactions with Matt that he isn't finished making positive contributions to the community of Allen County and South Central Kentucky. I wish him nothing but the best in a well-earned retirement from journalism. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to pay tribute to distinguished Ohio Senator Edna Brown, a trailblazer who recently passed away. Edna Brown was a remarkable public servant from Toledo, Ohio, who dedicated her life and her 3 decades of service to improving the well-being and future of our community. As the first and only African American to represent Lucas County in the Ohio Senate, she blazed a trail for many to follow at the highest level of elected office in Ohio. She was a warm, inviting, and immensely kind person whose focus was always on public service and bettering the lives of the people she served, the people she truly loved. Northwest Ohio lost a great champion. Her family lost a great mother and grandmother. America needs more people like Edna Brown in public service. Her memory will live with us, and I know her legacy will inspire the next generation of Ohio's leaders, including women leaders. And I ask unanimous consent to place her life story in the congressional record as a tribute to her persevering accomplishments to our nation's betterment. Godspeed, Edna Brown. May the angels carry you very high. May you rest in peace. Thank you, and I yield back.
Without objection, and the gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize an incredible veteran from my district for his service to our country in eastern Iowa. Henry Langware of Clinton served in Europe during World War II with the 82nd Airborne Division. Because of his heroic and brave actions in France, he received 2 Bronze Stars, 2 Purple Hearts, and the French Legion of Honor. Henry was a paratrooper who flew on a C-47 transport plane across the English Channel before being dropped into Normandy on D-Day during the Allied invasion. During the campaign, Henry was injured by shrapnel and taken as a German prisoner of war. He successfully escaped as a Nazi war camp and made his way back to his countrymen. Henry always made sure to praise Arlene, his wife of nearly 80 years. While Henry was in Europe, Arlene worked 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, making machine gun stands needed for the war effort. A real-life Rosie the Riveter. I'm incredibly grateful to have amazing Americans like Henry and Arlene living in my district. Thank you both for your incredible service to and love for the United States, Iowa, and Clinton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia? Okay, from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to congratulate this year's college football national championship team, the Georgia Bulldogs. For the first time since 1980, the Bulldogs are bringing the college football national championship trophy back to Athens, Georgia, after beating the Alabama Crimson Tide by a score of 33-18 this past Monday. And I could not be more proud of the Dogs for showing all of us the true definition of heart, of character, and of dedication. After losing to the Crimson Tide in the SEC championship game a few weeks back, they worked, the Bulldogs did, they worked, they prepared, they practiced with intense focus in order to come back and win the national championship. This team really gave us everything they had. They put it all on the field, and I'm humbled to represent the University of Georgia in the 10th Congressional District of Georgia. The dog spirit never ceases to amaze me. I want to extend sincere congratulations to the entire team, to Coach Kirby Smart and his coaching staff, and the entire Dog Nation. Go Dogs! Congratulations. It's been a great season. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the life of Dr. Anthony Ortegon of Pueblo, Colorado. Dr. Ortegon and his amazing, strong, powerful wife, Vera, realized their American dream early on. He will be remembered by those he loved as a God-fearing, country-loving, family man who was defined by his strong work ethic and love for helping others. Dr. Ortegon was born in Bogota, Colombia, and made a courageous move to America, determined to create a better life for he and his family. He finished college in 2.5 years and attended the University of Miami's medical school to begin his passion for medicine and his patients, whom he loved. His work ethic was guided by his faith in God, and he trusted that he could build a life for himself in America. He served the community of Pueblo for over 40 years, providing care to thousands of Southern Coloradans throughout his medical practice, and owned several small businesses. His spirit will live on through his strong wife, Vera, his sons, Anthony and Arthur, and his 4 grandchildren, and through his impact on the community as a constant reminder of the potential of the American dream. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with an incredible and an inspirational story to congratulate San Angelo's Donald Huizenga on receiving his high school diploma after nearly 80 years of waiting. Although originally in the class of 1943, he was drafted into World War II just 3 months before graduation was scheduled, and his service with the U.S. Army Special Forces took Mr. Huizenga behind enemy lines and to the front of the D-Day charge. Recently, after Ms. Tess Gooding of San Angelo's VA clinic met with Mr. Huizenga and heard him mention always wanting to receive his diploma and graduate from high school, she got the ball rolling, and she went above and beyond the call of duty. And so did Mr. Huizenga's original high school district, the East Sac County. Last Wednesday, alongside friends and family, Mr. Huizenga was awarded his high school diploma at the ripe age of 98 years old. It is touching to hear this story of service, and I want to honor not only Mrs. Gooding for her work in the community, for her compassion and for going above and beyond, but I'd also like to honor Mr. Huizenga for his sacrifice to our country in World War II and for his continued desire to learn, teaching us an important lesson that it's never too late in life to learn. I thank everyone who helped Mr. Huizenga earn his diploma. You've all made us very proud. Congratulations on this incredible achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Today, the latest consumer price index numbers were revealed, confirming what Americans buying gas, groceries, and other necessities already know. Over the past year, the CPI increased an astonishing 7%. That's the highest inflation rate we've seen in 4 decades. The last time we saw inflation like this, the University of Georgia football program had already begun its historic 40-year-plus championship drought that ended this week. This catastrophe could have been avoided, could have been headed off, but last July, despite economists insisting it was a fantasy, the Biden administration brushed off inflation concerns as just a transitory inconvenience. Of course, Biden, or at least his string pullers, knew better, but he did not want the daunting economic realities facing American families to get in the way of this massive socialist tax and spend agenda. You don't need an economist degree to know that trillions more in government spending will drive up inflation. Unfortunately, that's exactly what we're seeing. But the Biden administration and the House Democrats get their way and pass this harmful Build Back Better scheme. With trillions more in spending, inflation will soar like never before. Americans are suffering. We must defeat the Democratic agenda, restore physical sanity, and take meaningful steps to combat recorded inflation, crushing American families and business. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Yes, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, news reports suggested that President Biden's Secretary of Education was involved in requesting a letter from the National School Board Association calling for the FBI to intimidate parents who have shown up to school board meetings. The House Education and Labor Committee must hold immediate hearings with the Secretary so that we can ask him under oath if he solicited this memo. The federal government should never treat parents like terrorists for showing up at public hearings to oppose the racist, critical race theory, or the perverted sex ed curriculum that is being forced upon our children. Parents are in charge of the school system, not liberal activists from Washington, D.C., who are using the FBI as their political police force. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Yeah. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 860, I call up the bill, H.R. 1836, as amended, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 159, H.R. 1836, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to ensure that the time during which members of the armed forces serve on active duty for training qualifies for educational assistance under the Post-9/11 Educational Assistance Program of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 860, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Veterans Affairs, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-25 is adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill as amended is debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 1836 as amended.
Without objection.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1836 as amended, Representative Levin's Guard and Reserve GI Bill Parity Act of 2021. This bill is a long-needed fix to the unequal treatment of members of the Guard and Reserve for GI Bill purposes. Under current law, Guard and Reservists do not accrue education benefits the same as their active duty counterparts, even when they are carrying out the same risks and duties and taking on, while carrying out the same duties and taking on the same risks. We live in a new age of national defense where we utilize the total force concept with an operational reserve, not a strategic reserve. We rely each day on Guard and Reservists to protect and defend our country. And as we observed the anniversary of the January 6th attack on the Capitol, we were reminded of the brave Guard and Reserve troops who deployed to protect Congress, our staffs, and the foundation of our democracy. We continue to rely on our reserve components throughout the COVID-19 pandemic to activate and support public health response efforts across the country. The National Guard has been utilized at unprecedented levels in recent years. And over the past 2 years, our reserve components have fought wildfires, responded to protests, and assisted with the withdrawal from Afghanistan, and even helped Afghan refugees settle in the United States. It is time the Guard and Reserve benefits reflect the key work they are doing and the need for equity across the total force. It is time for every day in uniform to count. The cadence of activations for Guard and Reservists has increased significantly over the last 5 years. And with that comes the need to meet mission readiness standards. To prepare for the critical role they fulfill in our national defense, Guard and reservists must frequently train, which means more days in uniform, more days away from their civilian life, and more days away from their families. The GI Bill is both a recruitment and transition benefit to help service members transition into civilian life and close the opportunity gap with their civilian peers. The Guard and Reserve need this more than ever as they are continually and constantly transitioning between military, civilian employment, and family life, facing continuous disruptions. This legislation rectifies the disparity and ensures that members of our reserve forces know that every day they commit to our nation counts, and that they will have the education benefits waiting for them when they fulfill their commitment. In both this and the 116th Congress, we reformed and updated the post-9/11 GI Bill to ensure students who are eligible have easy access to high-quality education. We've implemented strong student protections, and we are holding bad acting institutions accountable when they fail to meet standards we set for veteran education. Now, if service members can step up and do their part day in and day out while holding down civilian jobs and squeezing in time to take care of their families, then the least we can do here in Congress is to get out of the way of the solution. Now, there are troubling reports of upticks in suicide among our Guard and reservists. One of the best ways we can address veteran health, mental health, and ultimately veteran suicide is by providing veterans with support and a pathway to a successful civilian life. H.R. 1836, as amended, will give Guard and reservists access to the opportunities that post-secondary education and training provide and improve their reintegration into civilian life. This legislation is fully paid for and uses loan fee provisions that this Congress and prior Congresses have supported. In addition, even the Republican substitute uses the same offsets. Besides just being the right thing to do, investing in equitable GI Bill benefits for Guard and reservists will provide more than a tenfold return to our country. Who are we to stand in the way of an educational benefit that will not only make our country stronger, but will benefit our military by having military service members in our Guard and reservists who are even more able to do their jobs in behalf of our national defense. I can't wait to see what our service members will do with this opportunity, and I know it will make our country a better country. This legislation is endorsed by numerous VSOs, including the American Legion, the VFW, Student Veterans of America, the National Guard Association of the United States, Enlisted Association of the National Guard of the United States, and Reserve Officers of America. And I ask unanimous consent to insert these letters of support and statements from the American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the National Guard Association of the United States, Military Veterans Advocacy, and Reserve Officers of America into the record.
Without objection.
Now, I wish to thank Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Leader Steny Hoyer, for considering this legislation today, and I urge the rest of my colleagues to support this legislation to ensure every day a Guard or reservist spends in uniform counts toward earning vital GI Bill benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1836 as amended, the Guard and Reserve GI Bill Parity Act of 2021. While I support the intent of this bill, I do not believe that it is the right solution for our National Guards and Reserves at this time. Founded in 1636, the National Guard evolved from groups of colonial militia into one of the toughest and most professional fighting forces in the world. From defeating the British during the American Revolution to fighting in wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the reserve component has served in every major conflict in the history of this nation. In recent years, the Guard and Reserve has been called up more often as their mission has changed. These brave men and women are not only on the front lines overseas, but they're also deployed at home to protect southern border and assist in response of COVID-19, among others. We must never forget the sacrifice the men and women in the Guard and Reserve make when the federal government calls on them to serve. I agree that Congress must take a hard look at duty status reform and the potential expansion of benefits for Guard and Reservists. But this bill before us today would be an unwise expansion of benefits. The higher level of sacrifice of active duty service members is reflected in the higher level of benefits provided by the VA. This is why the government recognizes the increased sacrifices of the reserve component when they are called up on most federal active duty orders. I believe that one of the biggest misunderstandings in this debate is that many of the types of federal active duty services that members of the National Guard and Reserve perform already qualify for the GI Bill eligibility. I support the goal of ensuring that all time spent on non-training active duty federal orders should count towards GI Bill eligibility. However, the bill before us today would go far beyond that and provide eligibility for the GI Bill for service related to annual training and drilling weekends. Training has never counted towards eligibility, and members of the Guard and Reserve know that when they sign up. Let me say that again. Training has never counted towards eligibility with members of Guard and Reserve. They knew it when they signed up. It's the additional call-ups to federal active duty service that members of the Guard and Reserve may not know about. This type of service would be covered by Congressman Moore's amendment, which I believe is a better alternative. Also covering training is the largest cost driver of this bill, which leads to my second point. The CBO projects that the expansion of this benefit laid out in this bill would require nearly $2 billion in mandatory offsets for the first 10 years following its enactment. While these costs are paid for in a current budget window, that does not tell the whole story. CBO also estimates that this bill will cost taxpayers more than $5 billion in each of the next 4 decades after fiscal year 2032. This would be equal to at least $20 billion extra dollars over the next 50 years. None of these extra costs are offset, which means our children and grandchildren will be paying for them off and be paying them off for many, many years to come. In a tight physical environment, I believe that full active duty benefits for training and drilling is a bridge too far. I'm also concerned that the offsets that are used in this bill should be saved for higher priority issues like expanding services to toxic exposed veterans. Addressing the needs of toxic exposed veterans is both mine and Chairman Takano's #1 issue that we're trying to deal with right now. That could require Congress to find hundreds of billions of dollars of offsets. Offsets are few and far between in the VA committee. We will need every penny of them to enact these needed reforms that we were talking about earlier. Earlier this week, before the Rules Committee, Chairman Takano indicated that $2 billion is an insignificant amount compared to the potential full cost of addressing toxic exposures, and therefore is not worthy to try to save. I disagree. It is silly that I even have to say this, but $2 billion is a lot of money. It's worth saving. Ask any taxpayer. And remember, the people we're talking about are taxpayers as well. Like me, my constituents and many Americans are concerned that Congress doles out billions of taxpayer dollars like candy. Now that must end. We can't provide the needs and benefits for we can provide the needs and benefits without burdening future generations. But that requires Congress to make tough decisions and to put first things first. Many of my concerns could have been discussed, debated, and possibly even addressed if the majority had conducted the proper level of engagement with committee members, VA, and other stakeholders on this bill. The majority did not hold a single legislative hearing on this bill this Congress. As such, we were not able to receive views from the committee members, the administration, the mortgage industry, or veteran service organizations. Those views are a critical part of the legislative process. Why was this still not put on the agenda for one of the two legislative hearings the Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity held for this Congress? This is no way to be responsible legislative. And I implore the Chairman Takano to go back to our committee in a bipartisan tradition of conducting full legislative due diligence before sending bills to the House floor. In closing, I'm supportive of reviewing, and where warranted, expanding benefits for members of Guard and Reserve. However, we must do so in a way that is fiscally responsible, appropriate, and respective to the many differences between Guard and Reserve service and active duty services. The bill before us today does not meet that standard. I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I yield to my distinguished colleague, I'm going to just make a few remarks in reference to what the ranking member said. I want to first of all say that the bill has been in the public for more than 2 years. In fact, the committee held Guard and Reserve only benefits hearing just over a year ago to review the disparity in these benefits. And we've worked closely with the stakeholders, as evidenced by the numerous number of VSOs whose support letters I've entered into the record earlier. And we've also worked with the minority to ensure that this bill achieves the aims that we intend. We've also worked closely with the Department of Defense and VA to ensure all Guard and Reserve members are covered. The VSOs have been asking for this reform, and that is why we stand with them in support of H.R. 1836. Now, moreover, you know, before the Rules Committee yesterday, it is not accurate to say that I characterized the $2 billion cost of this bill, which is paid for, as insignificant. I merely compared it to the the idea that we are that we should use this bill as part of an offset for the $300 billion or so that we are going to need for toxic exposure. And I thank the ranking member for joining me, for joining together and trying to find a solution for our toxic exposed veterans. However, that $300 billion, I know we're going to find how to take care of that. It is really not a choice. It's a moral obligation that we have to those veterans that were exposed to burn pits. It's not a choice. It's a cost of war that we have got to rise together as a body. And look, we found $30 billion willy-nilly to add to the defense authorization. We will find the $300 billion. We don't need to be nickel and diming our reservists and our Guard units and deny them the days that should count toward their GI Bill benefits because they're doing every bit the same sort of readiness training that our active duty service members are doing. And so that I now would like to yield 5 minutes to my good friend and chairman of the Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity, and who is also the author of this very impressive bill, Representative Mike Levin from my own state of California.
Thank you for yielding, Chairman Takano, and thank you for all of your support and your partnership on this legislation and all the work that you do leading our committee. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Guard and Reserve GI Bill Parity Act. bipartisan legislation I introduced to deliver some basic fairness to the way we provide GI Bill benefits for the men and women who serve our nation. Mr. Speaker, the GI Bill has allowed millions of veterans to pursue a higher education and find rewarding career paths. Service members consistently cite GI Bill benefits as one of the top reasons they choose to serve in our armed forces because of the opportunities those benefits provide for them and their families. However, the way that we allow service members to accrue GI Bill benefits is inherently unfair. While active duty service members receive credit for GI Bill benefits every day that they're in the service, Guard and Reserve members only accrue those benefits in very limited circumstances. That disparity continues to exist, despite the fact that Guard and Reserve members are increasingly taking on the same risks and doing the same jobs as their active duty counterparts. We've seen this trend for decades, but it has become especially pronounced over the last 2 years. In response to the attack on our Capitol on January 6th of last year, 25,000 National Guard members mobilized from 54 states and territories to protect this institution. For a time, they slept on the cold, hard floors of this building. National Guard members have also deployed across our country to support the COVID-19 response, including Guard members who deployed from Ohio, Maryland, Delaware, and Georgia to assist healthcare operations this month. In 2020, 1,300 soldiers and airmen from 5 different states were mobilized to fight wildfires in my state of California and throughout the West Coast. Not only are these National Guard and Reserve members risking their lives to serve our country, but they're also forced to put their civilian lives on hold when they're called up, leaving behind their families and interrupting civilian careers. Similarly, they're forced to put their lives on hold every time they're called up for training. In some of those settings, they are serving side by side with active duty members, doing similar jobs and facing similar risks, but they're not earning the same GI Bill benefits as their peers. That's unacceptable, and it's shameful that we've asked Guard and Reserve members to step up in response to natural disasters, the pandemic, and an attack on our democracy without providing them with this fundamental benefit. Clearly, it is long past time that we provide some basic fairness in the way that we allow Guard and Reserve members to accrue these benefits. The legislation that we're considering today will do exactly that, with a simple fix to ensure that every day they spend in uniform counts towards their GI Bill benefits. Now, I know my friends on the other side of the aisle might raise concerns about the cost of expanding eligibility for these benefits, and I'd note that this bill includes provisions my Republican colleagues have supported in the past to help defray the cost of veterans' benefits. And to my colleagues who still aren't willing to pay for these benefits, I would ask them to share their concerns directly with Guard and Reserve members the next time they're deployed in response to a natural disaster or other emergency in the community that they represent. So I think we all want the same thing. My friends across the aisle, us on this side of the aisle, we all want the same thing. We all want to provide benefits to those who have served our country. I believe that in good faith. I do think that we have to not pay lip service, though. We have to make sure that we support service members, and not just when it's politically convenient. We don't need half measures. We don't need things that shortchange our service members. So I think it is time for us to step up. It's time to give them the benefits they've earned for protecting the American people in a way now that they are doing unlike before. And that's what this bill aims to do. As the chairman mentioned, it has support from a wide range of veteran service organizations, including the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the Student Veterans of America, the National Guard Association of the United States, the Enlisted Association of the National Guard of the United States, and Reserve Officers Association. They are asking us to pass this bill, the Guard and Reserve GI Bill Parity Act, today because they agree that it's past time to provide some basic fairness in the way that we provide GI Bill benefits to Guard and Reserve members. Passing this bipartisan bill is the right thing to do for all the men and women who serve and protect our nation, and I urge my colleagues to vote aye. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
Mr. Levin yields. Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just quickly before I yield time to my colleague from Ohio, I would like to remind the members that, training for members of National Guard and Reserve has never been counted towards GI Bill eligibility. Members of Guard and Reserve know that, as I said in my opening, when they sign up. Now, the Democrat majority did not hold a legislative hearing on this bill, so to that extent, the expansion of the eligibility was needed to increase recruitment and retention within the Guard and Reserve component and DOD. But DOD did not have the opportunity to testify to that before the committee because we didn't meet. With that, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman who has actually served both in reserve and active component of our military, and Brad Winther.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I rise today to discuss H.R. 1836, the Guard and Reserve GI Bill Parity Act. As a member of the Army Reserve, I know the critical role that reservists and members of the National Guard play in defending our great nation. Unfortunately, I also know firsthand that sometimes unique skills and experiences that Guardsmen and reservists bring to the table have been discounted or underutilized. That has always bothered me, as I personally know of the expertise that exists in our Guard and Reserve and their capabilities. Great strides have been made to value the Reserve and Guard like we value active duty, and we've come a long way, and we need to continue that work. At the same time, I also know that active duty requires a level of commitment that does differ from the Guard and Reserve. Unfortunately, this bill has significant problems that prevent me from supporting it, which could have been worked out in the committee process had there been a full legislative hearing on it. And that's why I say I stand to discuss this bill, because this is the first opportunity I've really had to discuss it. H.R. 1836 would provide Guard and Reservists with active duty service credit towards GI Bill eligibility for every day they're in uniform on federal orders, including training. So this is a status that has never been counted towards educational benefits. Now, as co-chair of the Congressional Bipartisan Burn Pits Caucus, and this committee's highest priority this Congress has been working to address the health effects of toxic exposures in the military, including from burn pits, I'm very concerned that the substantial spending in this bill could pull away from those efforts to address toxic exposure in this tight fiscal environment. I also have concerns that this legislation might continue a slow creep of a permanent federalizing of the National Guard, which was never the intent. We must be mindful not to usurp state authority of the Guard. What I do believe would be appropriate, however, would be to allow Guardsmen and Reservists to accrue GI Bill eligibility for any time spent on federal active duty service other than training, as many in this body that serve here in Congress have done as Guard and Reserve. I was called to active duty for 15 months, 12 months in Iraq. That should count. And that's a discussion we should have had on what actually should maybe count and what shouldn't, because I think there is common ground, but we haven't had a chance to discuss it. There's just the bill. Representative Moore has offered a substitute amendment which would do exactly that, and I hope my colleagues will support that amendment like I do. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill as offered and to instead support Representative Moore's substitute amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are plenty of instances where training time and readiness training has counted toward the GI Bill. We talk about the basic training that reservists and guard unit members go through. That has counted toward the GI Bill. And if there's a worry about the federalization, I mean, just federal dollars already pay for the training days that we are seeking for the Guard unit members and and the reservists to get credit for. And with that, I would like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend and member of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs and the chairman of the Subcommittee on Technology and Modernization, the gentleman from Indiana, Chairman Mervan.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Takano, for your time. It is my honor today to rise in support of H.R. 1836, the Guard and Reserve GI Bill Parity Act. I am so grateful for the sacrifices and the services of all our National Guard and Reserve members. They stand ready at a moment's notice to protect our nation, our democracy, and the health of our communities. Two instances jump out at me when I think of the heroism of the Indiana National Guard members from this past year. The first was being able to spend time with our brave National Guard members last year in the cafeteria of the Department of Labor on the other side of the Capitol complex, when they bravely rushed to our nation's capital to defend our Constitution and to protect our democracy. The second was when I was able to stand side by side with them in the city of Gary when they operated a federal COVID-19 vaccine site, which provided over 60,000 vaccines in Northwest Indiana at a critical time during our pandemic. The 1st District is also home to the proud Slovak community, and I'm particularly appreciative that the Indiana National Guard has a flourishing military partnership with our strong ally, the country of Slovakia. We also have the 113th Engineering National Guard, which I have shared time with, who the men and women have sacrificed their time, dedication, and efforts to go over to Afghanistan. And what this bill does is it gives us the opportunity to have equitable training and equitable educational opportunity for our National Guardsmen. Our nation today has the opportunity to treat their active duty of service on par with all branches of the military, and ensure that every day the National Guard Reserve member serves our nation in uniform is a day that counts toward their GI Bill benefits. Thank you to the leadership of Congressman Mike Levin, Chairman Takano, and all of my fellow members of the Veteran Affairs Committee for your commitment to our Guard and Reserve members, and for bringing this measure to the floor today. I also want to thank Chairman Takano on his leadership to protect the National Guardsmen on the burn pits and the toxic fumes that we have passed, and how we are providing benefits and making sure that that is distributed fairly and equitably and making sure they receive the benefits necessary. I urge all my colleagues to support this important legislation. And again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this moment, I would like to yield 3 minutes to a man who has truly experienced what it is to serve, the highest ranking officer that serves in this body today, and that's General Jack Berkman.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Bost. I'm always proud to stand on this floor and talk about the men and women who serve our country, and it is our country. I rise in opposition today to H.R. 1836, the Guard and Reserve GI Bill Parity Act of 2021. And it kind of saddens me that I have to rise in opposition because while this bill, well-intentioned, is unfortunately potentially prone to unintended consequences on the overall readiness of our armed forces, active reserve, and Guard. But first, I must note that these issues could have been brought to light earlier had this piece of legislation gone through regular order, received proper consideration across all the normal things that we historically have done. It received no legislative hearings, foregoing the opportunity to receive input from key stakeholders, veteran service organizations, new committee members on both sides of the aisle, and even the Biden administration. Without that engagement, we're just left with a bill that in its current form, which would count Guard and Reservists' federal active duty service days towards GI eligibility, including for training. And there is a very subtle difference. In fact, it's a very exact difference in law between active duty for training and active duty. I spent much of my 40-year Marine Corps career in the reserve component. And in fact, a little known part of my bio, my first 2 years off of active duty in the Marine Corps, I spent 2 years as a member of the Rhode Island National Guard. So not only active component, reserve component, but also a guardsman as well. And you know, my final assignment for 4.5 years, I commanded. I had the blessing and the opportunity to command the Marine Corps Reserve, roughly 100,000 folks and 183 sites across the country, at a time when we were deploying them at never-before-seen rates. I will always stand by the unwavering service and sacrifice given by the men and women in the reserve component and the National Guard. This bill, however, may unintentionally, again, become an obstacle to the recruitment and retention efforts of our active component military. We are in a time, and have been for over 40 years, of an all-recruited force on all levels. Even as governors already offer non-GI Bill education benefits to their Guard members, the parity with active duty forces that H.R. 1836 is seeking.
I'd like to yield the gentleman 2 more minutes, please.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized.
My passion, I guess, is extending into time, and I thank the gentleman for that. Even as the governors already offer non-GI Bill education benefits to their Guard members, the parity with active duty forces that this bill is seeking for the Guard and Reserves, again, could impact our active duty military, which we need to be ready at all times considering today's global threats. Today, with more than 4 years after my colleagues and I passed into law an unprecedented GI Bill expansion to allow any veteran to use these GI Bill benefits without benefit or without restriction of time, so they're good to go for as long as they live, I still believe there are many ways that we can work responsibly to expand these benefits. For these reasons, I will be voting in favor of my friend and colleague Mr. Moore's benefit expansion amendment to ensure Guard and Reservists accrue GI Bill eligibility during any and all federal active duty days that are not training days. With that, I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill and support the Moore amendment, and thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan yields back. The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time is remaining?
The gentleman from California has 13.5 minutes.
Great, thank you.
The gentleman from Illinois has 14 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield to a member of the committee who also serves as the chair of our subcommittee on energy and water and appropriations from the great state of Ohio, my colleague, Chairwoman Marcy Kaptur. I would yield 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Takano, so very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1836, the National Guard and Reserve GI Bill Parity Act. I thank the Chairman Takano and Representative Levin for their important work on this legislation that finally acknowledges the undervalued service of our Guard and Reservists. The sponsor's sentiments ring true. Every day in uniform counts. At least it should count more. In Ohio, there are over 11,400 National Guard members performing strategic and operational duties to whom we owe enormous gratitude. Our National Guard protects our homeland. It supports the mission of our troops abroad. It provides critical support to people in times of urgent need, from natural disasters to the public health COVID emergency we are in right now. The National Guard and Reserves have been an invaluable readiness resource throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, indeed, and are continuing to fill critical roles in response to the pandemic. In my home state of Ohio, the Ohio National Guard has helped the Ohio food banks distribute over 56 million pounds of food at 14 food banks and warehouses, including the Toledo Northwestern Ohio Food Bank. They've provided food banks the support they needed to keep children, seniors, veterans, and families fed during these very trying times. They set up COVID-19 testing clinics and traveled the state to keep our communities safe. And they are currently stationed at 12 testing locations across Ohio, and now, thanks to President Biden's executive actions, 2,300 Guard members have been activated across Ohio to help hospitals and public health experts care for those most in need, so all the Omicron variant patients that are flooding our hospitals have some hope of survival. The service and dedication of our National Guard and Reserves require that we appropriately recognize and appreciate their sacrifices, and while the debt we owe them cannot be fully repaid, the legislation before us ensures that these honorable men and women will receive the proper access to educational benefits they so rightly deserve. Providing these important GI Bill benefits will undoubtedly aid the recruitment and retention of National Guard units at home and abroad, while further investing in our service members' futures. With 6 National Guard sites in my own congressional district and several reserve units nearby, I know that this legislation will have a deep and lasting impact on our state's residents and those who answer the call to serve. It's certainly my privilege to represent these Guard and Reservists in Congress, and I'm proud to support enhancing the benefits that they can have access to and deserve for their service. May God be with all our men and women in uniform, and I thank you very much and yield any of my remaining time back to the chair, and I thank him again.
Gentlelady yields. The chair.
I thank the gentlelady, and I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to clear up some statements I think that were made for some of the people while talking, there was brought up that we actually have already dealt with toxic exposures, and we haven't. It's vitally important to understand that those costs that we're still going to be looking at, whether it's 300 or it's 150 or whatever it is, we haven't found that out or figured that out yet. It's vitally important to understand that it's still out there, and it is going to be a cost. And someone that we trust tremendously on watching our costs and watching our spending from our side of the aisle, who does a great job for us. I'd like to recognize for 3 minutes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman, the ranking member from Illinois, for yielding. Before we vote on new legislation, it's very important that we have an honest look at the price tag. As Republican leader of the House Budget Committee, it's my responsibility to track how new spending impacts our nation's bottom line. Every time Washington passes unpaid for legislation that adds a new benefit or program or expands an existing one, our fiscal problems get much worse. At each one of these moments, we take another step towards either raising taxes on middle and low-income working-class Americans or asking China for another IOU. Look no farther than the $2 trillion Biden bailout bill that was passed back in March. It added trillions to our nation's debt. And then also the multi-trillion, the $5 trillion BBB that was passed out of this House adds trillions to our debt. According to the Congressional Budget Office, that's the official scorekeeper for Congress, the true cost of the bill before us is hidden. The true cost before us is hidden. And why? On paper, the bill appears paid for. However, the new spending does not begin until 2025, and then the expansion of benefits does not go into effect until after the budget window in 2032. Meanwhile, the pay-fors all go away within the 10-year window. This is a creative way for Democrats to use budget gimmicks and delay program start dates to push through billions in unpaid-for spending. These types of budget gimmicks are exactly what Democrats have been doing with the $5 trillion spending bill that was called out, and why senators on the other side of the building will not support your legislation. And so Congress must stop kidding itself with fanciful accounting. Stop pretending that creating and expanding government programs, especially mandatory spending programs, that won't come with a real fiscal impact. And start being honest with the American people about the true price tags and the consequences of their reckless actions. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there has been an honest reckoning and an honest assessment by the CBO And this bill is paid for according to the rules, and this is the same rules that my Republican counterparts observe. I'd like to, at this time, yield 3 minutes to my good friend and member of the Financial Services Committee, where he's chairman of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Chairman Al Green from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And I rise today in support of this legislation because the Guard and Reserve deserve parity. They have been there for us, and we must be there for them. When natural disasters beset the land and there are wildfires on the West Coast, they are there. When hurricanes ravage the Gulf Coast, they are there. When tornadic activities are all within the midsection of the country, they are there. They have been there for us, and we must be there for them. They do leave their families, just as the active duty service persons do. Yes, they leave their children. They leave their wives. They leave newborns. But they come to serve and protect us, just as they did after the assault on the Capitol. They were here to prevent democracy from being eroded. They were here to protect the president and the vice president. They have been here for us, and we must be there for them. They have been there when many of us had no other hope other than to have them show up to defend us. I remember Katrina. I remember what was happening in New Orleans. I went down there. I saw the National Guard come in. I saw them protect and defend. We have a duty and an obligation to them, and this is our opportunity to fulfill it. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for what you're doing today for a multiplicity of reasons. One being, I don't want to see what happened to the merchant mariners happen to the National Guard and the Reserve. Took them 44 years to get GI benefits. We cannot allow this to happen. So I am there, I am here, and I will be there for them. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened to the debate with many others, and so many times it is being misunderstood that Guard and Reserve don't receive these benefits when they're called up on federal. They actually do on many of the existing federal orders. And the Moore Amendment would then allow that to occur. I think many of our members are confused on what they actually are receiving time for towards their GI Bill. And I want to express again that what we're saying is that the overreach here that occurs whenever that 1 week in a month, 2 weeks a year, that they know when they sign up for that is the difference, is not going to be credited. With that, I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I want to yield 3 minutes to my good friend who serves on the Education and Labor Committee with myself and the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, Representative Bauman from New York.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It is our responsibility to ensure that our veterans have the resources they need to access care after serving. Every year, brave men and women enlist in the military, seeking to serve their country, pursue a better life, and obtain benefits and security for their future. This means being able to afford college, having access to housing, health care, and other opportunities. Our troops are deployed into active war zones that too often leave veterans with PTSD, suicidal ideation, anxiety, addiction, depression, and other mental health challenges. Regardless of what congressional district you live in, you will always take what happens in your service back home with you. But when they return, our government has failed to provide them with the care and support they deserve. The outcome is a veterans' suicide crisis. The suicide rate for veterans is 1.5 times higher than the rate of non-veteran adults. And I see this in my district. I've had veterans call my office and as a last resort after not being able to access the health care they need in the VA. My constituent services team has had multiple cases of veterans struggling with suicidal ideation and other mental health challenges who have expressed immense frustration that no one in our government seems to care about their well-being. Our veterans deserve better, and we must do better. I am grateful for incredible organizations in my district like Black Veterans for Social Justice, Veterans for Peace, and the American Legion who are leading with care, working to support our veterans' mental health by destigmatizing mental health care and connecting veterans to mental health professionals. They regularly host support groups for veterans with mental health challenges, advocate for a stronger VA system, and provide one-on-one opportunities for veterans to learn about benefits available to them. Our amendment to H.R. 1836 builds upon their work to ensure that when transitioning to civilian life, veterans receive information about what health care and mental health care services are available to them, including how to access the Veteran Crisis Line and seek mental health support. This amendment also specifies that this information should be provided to veterans in a manner that helps destigmatize mental health and encourages veterans to reach out. These are important steps towards creating a society in which every single veteran has access to universal, high-quality health care and is empowered to seek out the mental health support they need to thrive. If you are a veteran who is struggling with mental health challenges, please know that you are not alone and that seeking our mental health support is an important step toward feeling better. During these especially difficult times, we must care for ourselves and for one another. Thank you. I yield back.
Okay. Gentleman yields. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois reserves.
Mr. Speaker, it is my esteemed honor and privilege to yield 1 minute to a champion and staunch advocate who is unparalleled in her support for our nation's 22 million veterans. This Congress, with her support, we have continued to preserve the sacred trust of our men and women in uniform and the 200,000 service members who become veterans each year. Mr. Speaker, of course, I'm referring to the Speaker of this great House and from the great state of California, my own state, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi.
The gentleman from California, the Speaker of the House, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for yielding, and I thank the gentleman for his leadership in bringing this important legislation to the floor. Our veterans, we owe them everything. They make us the home of the brave, the land of the free. They protect our democracy. They and their families make us so very, very proud. Mr. Speaker, and I thank you again, Mr. Takano, as chair of the committee, and Mr. Levin for his leadership on this particular legislation, which I will acknowledge in a moment. But first, Mr. Speaker, I want to say nearly 8 decades ago, when Congress enacted the first GI Bill, our nation made a bipartisan and unbreakable promise that every hero steps forward to defend our nation deserves the tools to succeed when they come home. Today, the House will proudly take another strong step toward fulfilling that pledge. On behalf of the Congress, I commend the outstanding leadership of the committee chair, Mark Takano, who has ensured that the Veterans Affairs Committee remains committed to its long legacy of bipartisanship. And I salute the chair of the Veterans Affairs Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity, Congressman Mike Levin of California, both, for leading on this important legislation every step of the way, and for his lifetime advocacy on behalf of our military communities. Every time our nation seeks to strengthen and expand benefits for veterans, we have listened closely to the men and women in uniform and our veterans, taking their insight and expertise into account. We continue to listen to them today to build upon our progress and appropriately honor our service. On a regular basis, we have a meeting with our veteran service organizations. The American Legion is very much a part of that, as well as other groups reflecting our involvement in other wars since World War II. And that's where we still have a few veterans from then. What's interesting about this legislation today, to me, is that, again, it sprang from listening to our men and women in uniform and our veterans as to what their needs are. That's exactly how the first GI Bill came to be. The veterans of World War I, recognizing the disadvantages that they were at after World War I, came forth with the proposal to have the GI Bill. So this was passed and signed by Franklin Roosevelt during World War II at the suggestion of veterans of World War I. During the dark days of the Second World War and after listening to the calls of the brave veterans of World War I, President Roosevelt made clear the urgent moral imperative of supporting our returning soldiers. In a message to Congress in November 1943, he said, "The members of the armed forces have been compelled to make greater economic sacrifice and every other kind of sacrifice than the rest of us, and they are entitled to definite action to help take care of their special problems." The President said that. I'm very proud that my father was in this chamber as Thomas D'Alessandro, a member of Congress from Baltimore, when he said that his brother would be lost shortly thereafter in battle leading up to the Battle of the Bulge. Less than a year later, Congress enacted the first GI Bill on an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote, marking a turning point in how our nation cares for our veterans. In doing so, we made a transformational investment in our service members, opening the doors to a college education and launching millions of families into the middle class, whether it was home ownership, so many different things. In 2008, it was my great privilege to serve as Speaker of the Congress when we took the crucial step to bring these benefits into the 21st century. With the post-9/11 GI Bill passed on a strong bipartisan vote and signed into law by President George W. Bush, we expanded the promise of a full 4-year college education to veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan, and we ensured in subsequent legislation that their families could also take advantage of that benefit. And in 2017, we strengthened this law by improving benefits and closing gaps in eligibility so that we can best serve those who served our nation. Yet today, too many veterans still do not receive equal access to life-changing benefits they have earned. Over the last few decades, our valiant reservists and guardsmen have become even more integral to America's national security strategy. Our reservists often serve side by side with active duty service members, do the same jobs, and incur the same risks. And as our nation has battled the pandemic, our communities have relied on our guardsmen to help protect our nation from the deadly virus. These heroes are essential to keeping our families and our nation safe, but current law falls short of delivering the benefits they deserve. With the Guard and Reserve GI Bill Parity Act, we will ensure that every day that our reservists and guardsmen heroes that serve in uniform will count toward their GI benefits. And in doing so, we will lift up hundreds of thousands of current and future veterans across the nation so that they too will have the opportunity they need to thrive in the 21st century economy. Let me be clear, ensuring every service member has equal access to hard-earned benefits is an issue of fairness. When the House passes this legislation today, we will build on a proud bipartisan progress forged by generations of lawmakers in this chamber and in the Senate as well. We show our heroes that they will always have our unwavering support, and we honor this sacrifice on the battlefield. The military vows that on the battlefield we will leave no soldier behind, and when they come home, we pledge that we will leave no veteran behind. There's so much more that listening to our veterans and our service members that we can learn that we must do so that they can take their strongest position when they come home. And in this all-American spirit, I urge a very strong aye vote for this legislation, thanking the distinguished chairman for his leadership and Mike Levin for his persistence, his relentless persistence on the benefit of our veterans as a member of that important committee. With that, I urge an aye vote and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you,
Gentleman
Mr. Speaker.
from California, the Speaker of the House yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it is needed to be, once again, the members of the House can know and understand, because many speakers, including the previous speaker, brought up the fact that those who serve should receive these benefits that actually serve in the battlefield. When they do, they do. Under this existing system right now, they receive that benefit. What we're talking about now is an expansion to those days of reservist, the 2 weekends, the weekend a month, and the 2 weeks a year. It's completely different than the fact that when they're on federal orders. And then the Moore Amendment would actually deal with that and take care of that. That being said, I would like to yield 3 minutes time to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to be here today to offer this MTR. If we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the House Committee on Veterans Affairs to consider an amendment to H.R. 1836, which ensures members of the armed forces granted a general discharge under honorable conditions solely for refusing the COVID-19 vaccine are eligible for the GI Bill education benefits of which the Speaker just spoke about. I therefore ask unanimous consent to include the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on August 24, 2021, the Secretary of Defense issued a directive requiring mandatory COVID-19 vaccination for all service members, including those in the Ready Reserve and the National Guard. Despite the challenges this vaccine mandate currently faces in court, the Defense Department had proceeded to discharge those who refuse the vaccine. Hundreds of soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians have already been discharged, and as many as 20,000 service members remain at risk over being involuntarily removed from service. It's outrageous. To prevent those who have refused the vaccine from being dishonorably discharged, Congress included a provision in the fiscal year 2022 National Defense Authorization Act limiting discharges for failure to receive the COVID-19 vaccine to either an honorable discharge or a general discharge under honorable conditions. This change succeeded in stopping further disciplinary actions or court-martial for those who refused the vaccine. However, it potentially leaves many veterans in limbo between leaving the service with full benefits or having their education benefits stripped as they walk out the door. As many of my veteran colleagues in this chamber know, those service members who received the general discharge under honorable conditions are ineligible for the Montgomery and post-9/11 GI Bill benefits due to restrictions Congress implemented in 2011. While this change was intended to open eligibility status to members of the National Guard, there will now be a group of veterans who have served honorably up until this point of refusing COVID-19, who will now have their education benefits completely wiped out. For those who may not know the full breadth of education benefits entitled to a veteran, let me give you just a couple of items. A veteran who has served at least 36 months on active duty is entitled to 100% of post-9/11 GI benefits. That includes full tuition coverage for public schools, or roughly $26,000 annually for private education or apprenticeships.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
That veteran also receives a monthly housing allowance which varies by location by $1,000 annually to cover books and other school supplies. Add that up, and we're talking well over $100,000 worth of education benefits. And let's be clear on who this is truly affecting. Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about recruits who fresh out of basic training or those discharged at the MEP station. These are men and women who have done their time, who have paid their dues, and who have served with distinction up until the point of refusing this vaccine. And now we're going to tell them that we don't care how spotless their record may have been beforehand. That's because they made a moral, ethical, and even religious objection to a vaccine. Those who have fought to defend our country should not be deprived of the benefits they so rightly deserve simply for refusing to comply with this divisive and potentially unlawful vaccine mandate. My motion to recommit corrects this disparity by ensuring any member of the armed services who receives a general discharge under honorable conditions solely for the refusal of the COVID-19 vaccine is entitled to education benefits. We are a country that rewards our heroes, not punishes them, and this motion to recommit makes sure of that. And I urge the adoption of this motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of how service members are disciplined for refusing to take the vaccine has already been addressed in the National Defense Authorization Act. It already states plainly that there could be a general discharge or another than honorable discharge, or an honorable discharge. There is a seeming to me an irrelevance, or just it's unnecessary, this proposed MTR. So we have, we already have a solution that has been agreed to in the armed services space and jurisdiction. That being said, I believe, I do not have any further speakers. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am ready to close, but there's a few things that in the closing that I want to be sure and bring up. First off, the GI Bill cannot be included it was not included, and those benefits would be removed if they are refused to take the vaccine. So that is, the MCR is actually a legitimate motion. That is something that we do need to deal with. That was not taken care of in that bill. And just so you know, a vitally important issue that was brought up by General Berkman, our speakers that we've had here today, they don't take this lightly. They're very serious about this. They have served themselves. They've served in these capacities. They understand the concern. And the concern of retention in the active force is a serious concern. We just received notice that the Army raised its max bonus for new recruits to $50,000 due to struggling trying to get people to come onto active reserve. By offering this benefit above and beyond, that's been a concern of many of those that have expressed that concern. But let me tell you this on this debate today. I want to thank Chairman Takano and others for thoughtful and respectful debate, which is vitally important on an issue like this. I also want to Congressman Levin, his passion on these issues was truly present as well, and we understand that. I'm a former Marine. I am a former active Marine. I am a Marine because, once you're a Marine, you're always a Marine. That's vitally important to remember. And as a father of a Marine and of a grandfather of a Marine, these issues are very personal to me. Now, I understand the sacrifices that members of our National Guard make every day. And I think some of the things that were spoken here today confuse the fact that when they get called up to active duty, go over to Iraq, go to Afghanistan, those qualify towards their GI Bill. It does. And I'm not opposed to them receiving education benefits, nor was anybody that spoke here today. But the Guard and Reserve is that. It's a Guard and Reserve. And whenever they're activated, yes, they should receive those benefits. That's why the Moore Amendment is so vitally important that we're going to be talking on later as well. If we adopt that, it will cover everything except that component that those Guard and Reserve members knew when they joined that they didn't get those benefits for that 1 weekend a month and those 2 weeks a year. And why is that? Because it's a separate standing than an active duty military personnel. This discussion, and I know, we all want to respect our Guard and Reserve, but this is not the way to do it. Doing it in the right order, hearing from everyone in committee, discussing these issues, bringing them up, and let input from those stakeholders that are involved was the proper way to do this, not to do it here on the floor in this manner. With that, I think the debate has been really good. I hope that the people that are listening understand. I hope that our colleagues understand what it is, that a vote against this is not a vote against the Guard and Reserve. A vote against this is simply saying, no, there's another way that is more fiscally responsible, that will still offer benefits and reward those for their service. But this is not the right way. With that, I'd encourage my colleagues to vote no on the underlying bill, yes on the amendments that we're coming up with, but no on the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I will, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will, in closing, say that, that the minority has not raised a substantive argument, a serious argument against the substance of this bill. This is a good piece of legislation, one that is agreed to and supported by numerous veteran service organizations. To the issue of, and to the objection raised by the minority over a lack of process and lack of regular order, this is simply not true. We have had ample opportunity for the minority to have input in numerous hearings related to this topic. And as to the concern over recruitment and retention of our active duty forces, I will remind my esteemed ranking member, or the esteemed ranking member, for whom I have great admiration for his own service and the service of his family in the military, that we turn to the Guard and Reserve in greater dependence in the post-9/11 era. And because we were able to turn to them, we did not have to have discussions about a draft. We had issues recruiting folks for our military in the early aughts to the numbers that we needed. And we had to turn to the Reserve and the Guard. So we need good incentives and great retention incentives for our Guard units and our Reserve units all across this country, because we aren't going to depend on them less. In fact, we're going to depend on them more. And the tempo of the training, all we're saying is that the readiness training they undergo, is no less than the readiness training of our active duty troops. Regardless of whether they knew or didn't know at the beginning when they signed up as reservists or guardsmen, they deserve to have every day count. Now is the time for Congress and this House to say that every day of readiness training should count toward GI Bill eligibility. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from California yields back. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in Part A of the House report 117-225 shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and the opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report 117-225. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 117-225, offered by Ms. Ross of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 860, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge support for my bipartisan amendment, which will require the VA to notify transitioning service members of the services for which they are personally eligible. Notification must include information about mental health care, community care under the Mission Act, and care related to military sexual trauma. Troubling reports have found that many transitioning veterans are not aware of the health benefits available to them through the VA. A recent Department of Defense Office of the Inspector General report found that the DoD has failed to provide proper mental health screening and care for transitioning veterans, in part because so many veterans do not understand what care is available to them. The transition away from active service can be a tumultuous time during which many new veterans face mental health issues. Left unaddressed, these issues can be debilitating and deadly. My father served as a psychiatrist in the Air Force during the Vietnam era. He witnessed firsthand the need for proper and timely mental health care among veterans. But mental health resources at the VA can only be helpful to those who know of their existence. We owe a debt of gratitude to our veterans, and they deserve gold standard and seamless access to the benefits that they've earned. My amendment will help new veterans understand and access the care to which they are entitled. Mr. Speaker, I thank Congresswoman Gonzalez-Colon, Congressman Bowman, and Congresswoman Moore for joining me in offering this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to the amendment, although I am not opposed.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Congresswoman Ross's amendment would require VA to share information regarding mental health care, community care, and other services to veterans who have recently transitioned out of the military. Leaving the military can be a difficult and vulnerable time for many veterans. It is critical that separating service members receive support as they restart their civilian lives. Part of that is ensuring that they are educated and empowered to take advantage of the benefits they earned by serving in the nation in uniform. Now, right now, the education occurs primarily through the Transition Assistance Program, or TAP. TAP was created in 1990 and always includes information on the VA on what benefits are available and services that are those that are transitioning out of the military may be eligible for. Now, TAP is a great program, and it's vitally important because those of us who were older veterans, the only tap we got was on the shoulder and said, hey, good to see you, have a great life. But now, TAP actually has that opportunity. In addition, the Trump administration began a Solid Start program in 2019. Through Solid Start, all new veterans are contacted by the VA 3 times during their first year out of uniform. Those contacts occur 90, 180, and 360 days after separation for service and are a priceless opportunity for newly separated service members to connect with the VA. Congresswoman Ross's amendment would require that the VA provide information to those new veterans, that information, including information regarding the health care, including mental health, community care, military sexual trauma, and the Veterans Crisis Line. As I indicated, VA already provides new veterans with information during TAP and through the Solid Start program. This amendment simply ensures that the materials VA provide to new veterans specifically includes these subjects. For that reason, I am in support of her amendment, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support that. And I thank Congressman Ross and the other co-sponsors of this amendment for their work, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman for his support. At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, the distinguished Congressman Takano.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Ross, Gonzalez, Colon, Bowman, and Moore amendment, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Madam Speaker, there is no better way to connect veterans with medical care and services than first making sure that they're aware of the care that they've earned with their service. The Ross Amendment makes sure that VA informs our veterans of this care that they have earned just as they are entering civilian life. The first months are crucial in a veteran's transition out of the military, and the Ross Amendment ensures that veterans are aware of what kind of care and support they can access and how they can access it. So I urge all of my colleagues to support the Ross Amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is. The gentlewoman has the only time remaining. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this amendment will help new veterans understand the specific benefits that they have and that they've earned through their service. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment, the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to House Resolution 860, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 117-225. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Report Number 117-225, offered by Mr. Moore of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 860, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of my amendment to replace the underlying bill with the text of my bill, H.R. 2047. This amendment would provide additional eligibility for members of the National Guard who are called up on federal active duty orders for service other than training. As a former member of the National Guard, I know all too well the challenges that they face. The National Guard has transitioned in recent years from a reserve force to domestic missions to a full-time force operating around our globe. My amendment would remove the presidential declaration requirements that has restricted benefits for so many members in the National Guard in the past. It would make it so that members of the National Guard would receive eligibility for time spent under any federal active orders that are not for training. This would provide eligibility for federal benefits to those who support the COVID-19 relief, respond to natural disasters, and protect our southern border. I agree with Chairman Levin that we must take a hard look at the duty status reform and the expansion of benefits afforded to the National Guard and Reserve components while operating under federal active duty orders. My amendment would make it clear that if you're called up on federal orders for something other than training, you should receive eligibility for GI benefits. However, I am concerned with the expansion proposed in this bill that is a little too broad. We should allow the DoD to complete their efforts and better align the benefits to certain duty statuses before we move forward with such a broad expansion. I think General Bergman hit on that point today, that we need to give them time to work through the process. The expansion of every day in the uniform could cost over $2 billion over the next 10 years in mandatory benefits, where my expansion is only $16 million. We talked about inflation in here, and today we saw the highest increase in 40 years. And so this kind of runaway spending, I think we need to try to get a handle on that. My approach, I think, is more surgical, if you will. It allows the benefits to our Guard and service members without just painting a broad brush for everyone in uniform. My amendment ensures that members of the National Guard that are called to action receive access to educational programs like all other veterans, while doing so in a physically responsible manner. Finally, I would like to thank Ranking Member Bost and all the staff for their support on this amendment. With that, I urge all my colleagues to support the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to highlight for the sponsor of this amendment, Representative Moore, and all members, just how severely this amendment would harm National Guard and reservists from their states and districts. Congressman Moore represents the great state of Alabama, and despite being the 24th most populous state in the Union, Alabama has the 12th largest National Guard in the nation by number of service members. And among the units in the Alabama National Guard that the Moore Amendment would shortchange by eliminating training days, and I say training days are also readiness days, is the Alabama 20th Special Forces Group. Members from this group and units like it must complete roughly 2 full years of training, from basic training through completion of the arduous and highly competitive Special Forces qualification course, just to become qualified as Special Forces Green Berets. In order to maintain a high level of readiness and be ready to deploy when our nation calls on them, these service members must constantly attend additional trainings to maintain certifications and proficiencies critical to their jobs as reservists. And to be clear, this training is conducted at active duty schools right alongside their active duty counterparts. Yet Guard and reservists don't receive the same credit for the days they are in uniform despite maintaining the exact same readiness requirements. Readiness matters. Consider this, in 2013, reservists spent 87,000 days on Title 32 orders, which is how the reserve force assists with floods, hurricanes, and other significant events. However, in 2021, that number had grown to 9.5 million days. This amendment would continue to uphold this unequal policy and prevent members of the Alabama 20th Group from accruing days of service for training. Otherwise, training is another word for readiness. Some states and service members from units like Alabama's 20th Group carry a heavier burden, but this example is not unique to Alabama. All across the country, Guard and Reserve members from every state put their civilian lives on hold in defense of our nation. They give much of themselves, their sweat, blood, and sometimes even the ultimate sacrifice in service. And whether during training or deployment, they deserve the same benefits for their days in service. They've earned it. Finally, I would also note that the Moore Amendment uses the same IRL rate change found in H.R. 1836, which we agree is a fair update to the IRL program. Let's be clear, a vote for this amendment is a direct statement to our Guard and Reserve service members that you don't think that their days in service are equal to those of their active duty counterparts. Representative Moore served in the National Guard, and I thank and commend him for that service. Now I know that he is a humble man like most of our service members, but I think his days in service should be honored and given their due credit. And I know he may have participated in ROTC, but if his education wasn't fully paid for by that program, then I think he should be given credit for his National Guard service for GI Bill eligibility. And I urge Representative Moore to reconsider his submission of this amendment and urge all members to oppose the Moore amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with that, I recognize the ranking member, Mr. Bost, for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of Congressman Moore's amendment, H.R. 1836, as amended, the Guard and Reserve GI Bill Parity Act of 2021. While I do not support the underlying text of the bill, I believe that Congressman Moore's amendment, of which I am a co-sponsor, would make important common sense changes to it. The underlying bill would make a vast and costly expansion of benefits to Guard and Reserve members to include the GI Bill eligibility for every day in uniform under federal orders. This includes GI Bill eligibility for weekend drills and training. As I stated during the general debate earlier, I believe that this bill's $2 billion mandated cost is using rare offsets that take away from the priorities that this committee has in serving our nation's veterans. That is why today I stand in support of Congressman Moore's amendment. The substitutive provisions would simply simplify current law so that any time spent on federal active duty by members of Guard and Reserve for services other than for training would count towards the GI Bill eligibility. This would include service in support of protecting the southern border, federal funded missions in support of efforts with COVID-19, and other critical active duty missions. The amendment would only require $16 million in mandatory offsets compared to the $2 billion. The underlying bill would cost. Not only is this policy change good for the nation's veteran, but it does not burden our children, grandchildren, and future generations of American taxpayers with tens of billions of dollars over several decades in unfunded offset costs like the underlying bill would. This is without question a more measurable and fiscally responsible approach to more fully honor the valuable service that these men and women of the Guard and Reserve perform. I want to thank Congressman Moore for his hard work on the amendment, and before yielding back, I would like to say that if a person votes against this bill, it is not a vote against the Guard and Reserve. It is a vote for the taxpayers, which Guard and Reserves are also taxpayers. And it is the reason why we should have had a more full debate on this bill in committee so these things could have been brought up. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama's time has expired. The gentleman from California is recognized.
May I inquire as to how much time I have?
The gentleman has 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining.
Well, Madam Speaker, let me just say there's nothing common sense about this amendment. There's no common injustice to our reservists and our Guard units is not common sense. Unfairness to our Guard and reservists is not common sense. To say that this is a fiscal burden to our nation who depend on our Guard and reservists in natural disasters and who our nation relies on, who will rely on even more in the future, to say that that is a fiscal burden, that is not common sense. Madam Speaker, it is time to make every day of readiness training that our reservists and our Guard unit members perform, to make every one of those days count, toward their GI Bill eligibility. The GI Bill, as Madam Speaker, as Speaker Pelosi had said, did amazing things for this nation in the post-World War II era. That same amazing contribution of our reservists and our guardsmen will continue, and I yield back, and I urge all members to vote against this amendment.
The gentleman's time has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 860, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. For what purposes does the gentleman from
I'd like
Alabama
to request
seek
the yeas
recognition?
and nays, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
The timing of your statement was perfect, and they couldn't come back with it off the cuff. That was perfect delivery. Whatever state. I'm just going to say the state name.
Okay. For what purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Stanton, I inform the House that Representative Stanton will vote no on the Moore amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Wisconsin wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Glenn Grothman of Wisconsin's 6th District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grothman will vote yes on amendment number 2 offered by Representative Moore.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Matsui, I inform the House that Ms. Matsui will vote no on the Moore amendment.
Does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lee of California and Ms. Tlaib of Michigan,
Pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee and Ms. Tlaib will vote nay on the Moore of Alabama amendment to H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote no on the Moore amendment. And as the member designated by Ms. Bush of Missouri pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote no on the Moore amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Dakota wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote yes on Amendment Number 2.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote no on the Moore amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Reps. Christ, Cardenas, and Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the Moore amendment.
Does the gentleman from Alabama wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of the great state of Minnesota, 01, Mr. Hagedorn will vote yea on Amendment Number 2. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren, and Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Moore amendment.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Adams of North Carolina, I inform the House that Representative Adams will vote no on the Moore amendment.
Does the gentleman from Illinois wish to be recognized?
Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Presley and Grijalva, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California, Texas, wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Cuellar, I inform the House that this member will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on Amendment number 2.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Washington wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Representatives Barra of California and Del Bene of Washington, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Delaware wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Rep. Schreier, I inform the House that Representative Schreier will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote nay on agreeing to Amendment number 2 offered by the Representative Mr. Moore and printed in House Report 117225.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what Does the gentleman from Texas wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. McCall of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote yea on amendment number 2.
For what purposes does the gentleman from the state of Hawaii wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Representative Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote aye on amendment number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gohmert of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gohmert will vote nay on, yes on amendment number 2.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution number 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. DeSaulnier, Mr. Liu, Mr. Lowenthal, Ms. Barragan, Mr. Cohen, Ms. Moore, and Mr. Moulton, I inform the House that these 8 members will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeFazio, Mr. DeFazio will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan wish to be recognized?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote yea on amendment number 2. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote no on amendment number 2.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Speer, I inform the House that she will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Waltz of the state of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote nay on amendment number 2.
The gentlewoman from New Hampshire wish to be recognized.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Bonamici, Brownlee, and Mang, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Utah wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington will vote yea on amendment number 2.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the following reps, Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez of Texas, Roybal Allard, and Vela, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Utah wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Crawford from Arkansas, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote yea on amendment number 2.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Rhode Island wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Torres of New York, and Ms. Pingree of Maine, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts wish to be recognized?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I would like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin votes no on agreeing to Amendment Number 2 offered by Representative Moore and printed in the House Report 117-225. Thank you.
He's California, right? Does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Ruiz, I inform the House that Representative Ruiz will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Representative Boyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Boyle will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Butterfield will vote no on the Moore Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Panetta of California, I inform the House that Mr. Panetta will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Jerry Nadler of New York, Ann Kirkpatrick of Arizona, Andy Kim of New Jersey, Donald Payne of New Jersey, Albio Series of New Jersey, and Bonnie Watson Coleman of New Jersey, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
Does the gentlewoman from California wish to be recognized?
As a member designated by Ms. Kim of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by John Garamendi of the great state of California, I inform the House that the member from California, Mr. John Garamendi, will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Representative Smucker will vote yes on the Moore Amendment. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Representatives Auchincloss, Cooper, Chu, Ledger Fernandez, and Frankel, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
Does the gentlewoman from California wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Representative Stansberry, I inform the House that Representative Stansberry will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Price of North Carolina, Kind of Wisconsin, Titus of Nevada, and Doyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House these members will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
Is he going? Purposes does the gentlewoman from Ohio wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Representative Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that that member will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
From Maryland wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Representatives Swazi, Pocan, Doggett, and Jayapal, I rise to inform the House that these members will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
Purpose does the gentleman from Maryland wish to be recognized?
As a member designated by Representative Ruppersberger, I inform the House Mr. Ruppersberger will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts wish to be recognized?
As a member designated by Representative Cooper, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
Purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois wish to be
Aye.
recognized?
As the member designated by Representative Caston, I inform the House that this member will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Moore Amendment.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Colorado wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gates from Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote yay on the amendment number 2.
Oh, got it. So do I do this again? On this vote, the yeas. Does North Carolina wish to be recognized?
Designated by Mr. Lamborn, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn of Colorado will vote yes on amendment number 2. As a member designated by Richard Husson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Husson will vote yes on amendment 2.
Vote. The yeas are 198 and the nays are 225. The amendment is not adopted. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to ensure that the time during which members of the armed forces serve on active duty for training qualifies for educational assistance under the Post-9/11 Educational Assistance Program of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1836 to the Committee on Veterans Affairs.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it.
Madam Speaker,
The
Madam
gentleman
Speaker,
from Wisconsin is
I request the
recognized.
yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
From New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Jerry Nadler of New York, Ann Kirkpatrick of Arizona, Andy Kim of New Jersey, Donald Payne of New Jersey, Albio Series of New Jersey, and Bonnie Watson Coleman of New Jersey, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Glenn Grothman of Wisconsin 6th District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grothman will vote yes on motion to recommit H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote nay on the motion to recommit H.R. 1836.
What purposes does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn, Minnesota 01, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting yes on the present motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek
Madam
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Matsui, I inform the House that Ms. Matsui will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kim of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomer from the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Caston, I inform the House that Representative Caston will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote yes on the motion to recommit. As a member designated by Mr. Richard Husson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Husson will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Representative Stanton, I inform the House that Representative Stanton will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. McCall of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek North Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler from Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Bass of California, Representative Wilson of Florida, Representative Torres of New York, and Representative Pingree of Maine. I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution Number 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Lofgren, Chairwoman Johnson, and Representative Sean Patrick Maloney, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Representatives Del Bene and Berra, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Boyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Boyle will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote yea on the motion to recommit. And Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Presley and Grijalva, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Panetta of California and Butterfield of North Carolina, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gates from Florida, I inform the House that the member will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Rep. Schreier, I inform the House that Rep. Schreier will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Bobby Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated for Mr. Crawford from Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Reps. Christ, Cardenas, and Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote yes on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Reps. Vicente Gonzalez of Texas, Napolitano of California, Roybo Allard of California, and Vela of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Representative Kahele, I inform the House that Representative Kahele will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Price of North Carolina, Titus of Nevada, Doyle of Pennsylvania, and Kind of Wisconsin, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Spear, I inform the House that she will vote no on the motion to recommit.
California. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by John Garamendi of California, I inform the House that John Garamendi of the great state of California will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Adams of North Carolina, I inform the House that Representative Adams will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Ruiz, I inform the House that Representative Ruiz will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Bonamici, Brownlee, and Meng, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Oh, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on the motion to recommit H.R. 1836, the Guard and Reserve GI Bill Parity Act of 2021. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, Mr. DeFazio votes no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Gentleman from For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Ms. Bush of Missouri pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Moulton of Massachusetts, Representative Lowenthal of California, and Representative DeSanya of California, I inform the House that these three members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Swazi, Pocan, Doggett, and Jayapal, I rise to inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representatives Rupersberger, I inform the House that
Mr. Ruppersberg will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Representative Cuellar, I inform the House that he will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lee of California and Ms. Tlaib of Michigan, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee and Ms. Tlaib will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
Purposes does the gentlewoman from California wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Representative Stansberry, I inform the House that Representative Stansberry will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentleman from Virginia wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Barragan of California, Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, and Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Delaware wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Representatives Auchincloss, Chu, Cooper, Ledger Fernandez, and Frankel, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Virginia wish to be recognized.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated Representative Liu of California, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote no on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the yeas are 204 and the nays 219. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from
Madam Speaker, I
Illinois
request the yeas
wish
and
to be
nays.
recognized?
Yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purposes does the gentleman from Rhode Island wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, Ms. Pingree of Maine, Mr. Torres of New York, Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on final passage. I will as well.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote nay on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Spear, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the motion, yes on the H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As member designated by Mr. McCall of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote no on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be
Madam
recognized?
Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Matsui, I inform the House that Ms. Matsui will vote yes on final passage.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Colorado wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote yay on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on final passage of H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gohmert of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gohmert will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from North Carolina wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Adams of North Carolina, I inform the House that Representative Adams will vote yes on final passage of H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kim of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Panetta of California and Butterfield of North Carolina, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to recommit. Will vote yes on passage. We got the wrong.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution Number 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McEachin and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida wish to be recognized?
Andy, I'm going to blow you away now. As the member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote yea on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, Ms. Barragan of California, Ms. Lowenthal of California, Mr. Liu of California, and Mr. DeSanya of California. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yes on H.R. 1836. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Cuellar, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
I don't know. I haven't been, yeah. This is the gentleman from Utah wish to be recognized.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Crawford from Arkansas, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote nay on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York wish to be recognized?
The member designated by Chairwoman Lofgren, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Delaware wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette will vote yea on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Hawaii wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Representative Kahele, I inform the House that Representative Kahele will vote yea on passage.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts wish to be recognized?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on final passage on H.R. 1836, the Guard and Reserve GI Parity Bill of 2021. Thank you.
Purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Boyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Boyle will vote aye on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Reps. Lawson, Christ, and Cardenas, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Jerry Nadler of New York, Ann Kirkpatrick of Arizona, Andy Kim of New Jersey, Donald Payne of New Jersey, Alvio Series of New Jersey, and Bonnie Watson Coleman of New Jersey, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes is the gentlewoman from Ohio wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Bobby Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Stanton, I inform the House that Representative Stanton will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
As a member designated by Mr. Garamendi of California, I inform the House that the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Washington wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Representatives Berra and Del Bene, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Presley and Grijalva, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Representative Stansberry, I inform the House that Representative Stansberry will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Reeps Vicente Gonzalez of Texas, Mr. Vela of Texas, Ms. Napolitano of California, Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Alabama wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hawthorne of the great state of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn, will be voting no on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Lee of California and Ms. Tlaib of Michigan, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee and Ms. Tlaib will vote yea on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Representatives Swazi, Pocan, Doggett, and Jayapal, I rise to inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Representative Schreier, I inform the House that Representative Schreier will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Dakota wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler from Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote no on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Representatives Auchincloss, Chu, Cooper, Ledger Fernandez, Frankel, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina wish to be recognized?
Designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote no on H.R. 1836. And as a member designated by Mr. Risher Husson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Husson will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, Mr. Price of North Carolina, Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, and Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Bonamici, Brownlee, and Mang, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Representative Smucker will vote no on H.R. 1836. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland wish to be recognized?
As a member designated by Representative Ruppersberger, I inform the House that Mr. Ruppersberger will vote yea on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Wisconsin wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Glenn Grothman of Wisconsin's 6th District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grothman will vote no on H.R. 1836.
Purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Alabama wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks from Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Ruiz, I inform the House that Representative Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yea on H.R. 1836. As a member designated by Ms. Bush of Missouri, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote yea on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio votes yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois wish to be recognized? For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois wish to be recognized?
As the member designated by Representative Caston, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on H.R. 1836.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 1836 as amended.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Utah wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on H.R. 1836.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania rise.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote yea on H.R. 1836. Thank you.
Have all members voted? These are 287 and the nays are 135. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I sent to the desk a privilege report from the Committee on Rules for filing under the rule.
The clerk will report the title.
Report to accompany House Resolution 868, resolution providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 5746 to amend Title 51 United States Code to extend the authority of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration to enter into leases of non-excess property of the administration.
Referred to the House calendar and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 868 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 62, House Resolution 868. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to take from the Speaker's table the bill H.R. 5746 to amend Title 51 United States Code to extend the authority of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration to enter into leases of non-excess property of the administration with a Senate amendment thereto, and to consider in the House without intervention of any point of order a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on House Administration or her designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-28. The Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on House Administration or their respective designees. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the motion to its adoption without intervening motion.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, my good friend, Ms. Fishbach, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, today the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 868, providing for consideration of Senate Amendment to H.R. 5746. The rule makes in order a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on House Administration or her designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment with an amendment consisting of the text of the Freedom to Vote, John R. Lewis Act. The rule provides 1 hour of debate on the motion equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on House Administration or their designees. Madam Speaker, this is about more than a bill, and it's about more than a process. This is a rescue mission to save American democracy. Because right now, we are in the midst of the most significant period of voter suppression in recent history. All across the country, in service to a lie started by the former president and spread by some in this very body, state legislatures are moving to make it harder for people to cast their ballot. Polling places are being closed so the nearest location is now miles and miles away. Early voting times are being slashed during this global pandemic, so it is now too unsafe for some people to vote. Purges of voting rolls, including faulty voter purges, are becoming more likely and more common. And strict voter ID laws are being used to disenfranchise more and more people from casting their ballots. Madam Speaker, in one state, it has even become illegal to provide voters waiting in line with food and water. That is why we're here today, because some believe that the only way for them to win is to rig an election. This is voter nullification, pure and simple. Now, many on the other side want us to turn a blind eye to all of this, just like they turn a blind eye to the insurrection and the creeping authoritarianism. Well, I'm not willing to look away. People fought and died for the freedom to vote in this country. We served with someone who nearly gave his life for the right to vote, Congressman John Lewis. He was beaten by mobs using baseball bats and chains, attacked by racist members of the KKK, and even thrown in jail. But still, he fought for the freedom to vote. If he was willing to withstand all that to do what's right, then certainly we can cast a vote to defend our democracy. You know, John once said, and I quote, "Change often takes time. It rarely happens all at once." In the movement, we didn't know how history would play itself out. When we were getting arrested and waiting in jail or standing in unmovable lines on the courthouse steps, we didn't know what would happen, but we knew it had to happen, end quote. Now, I don't know what will happen in the Senate, Madam Speaker, but I know that this vote has to happen because the freedom to vote is under assault. We have a system today that undermines the civil rights of the young, the poor, and those who don't look like me. It's a system that has allowed presidents to win elections despite losing the popular vote. It's a system that has allowed politicians to gerrymander their way into office. And it's a system that gives the 26 least populous states, representing just 17% of the country, the chance to derail legislation that the vast majority of Americans support. That's the reality of the Senate filibuster, Madam Speaker. And make no mistake, despite the claims by some, the filibuster is not sacrosanct. It's been changed over 161 times in the last 5 decades. And nowhere does it appear in the Constitution of the United States. Just recently, a bipartisan group of senators came together to advance a filibuster carve-out to raise the debt ceiling. Now, I'm glad that they did. That was the right thing to do. A default would have been catastrophic for our economy. Certainly, allowing a carve-out for voting rights is also the right thing to do. We need to pass the Freedom to Vote John Lewis Act to ensure that every American has the ability to make their voice and vote heard in our democracy. And I wish we could get a majority of Republicans to support voting rights. You know, they used to. The Voting Rights Act was reauthorized 4 times with overwhelming bipartisan support, including in 2006 under the presidency of Republican George W. Bush. But something's changed. This isn't your grandfather's Republican Party anymore. It is a party defined by the big lie, wild conspiracy theories, and winning elections by trying to suppress the vote. To set a standard that we must act on this bill or that the Senate should act on filibuster reform only if Republicans come along is a fool's errand. On what planet, Madam Speaker, are the people causing the problem going to help solve it? Now, I'd rather be on the side of John Lewis than cast my lot with the big lie. I'd rather go it alone to defend our democracy than do nothing together. And yes, I'd rather lose an election than win by rigging the outcome. This fight may not be new, but it has never been more urgent. History is watching, Madam Speaker, and this moment is bigger than any of us. With the future of our democracy in the balance, I pray that my colleagues join me in saying the same and supporting this rule and the underlying measure. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the representative from Massachusetts for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Today, we were informed by the majority at the last minute that we would be brought in to discuss the NASA Enhanced Use Leasing Extension Act of 2021, which was amended by the Senate and will be amended yet again here in the House if this rule passes. I don't think anyone here is surprised by yet another last-minute meeting, but I am starting to feel the effects from all of the whiplash over the last year. This time, House Democrats seek to insert the Freedom to Vote Act and the Voting Rights Advancement Act as a last-ditch effort to cater to the Senate majority's sporadic attempts to get something passed for their radical base, even though we all know neither of these bills will pass through the Senate. House Democrats and Senator Schumer still need bipartisan support for this partisan bill. And certain other senators in their party have yet to cede to the fringe of their party and go nuclear on a long-standing Senate principle, the filibuster. Whatever the thought process behind this effort tonight, it is disappointing that it is yet another deeply partisan attempt to federalize all elections. The Constitution places the responsibility for elections at the state level and has a long history of letting each state run their own elections. But H.R. 4, a component of this bill, would grant the federal government unprecedented control over state and local elections. It would empower the Attorney General to bully states and force them to seek federal approval before making changes to their own voting laws. This is an assault on the rights of states and local governments to manage their own elections. The right to vote is one of our most fundamental rights as citizens. It is upsetting to see the majority take advantage of this important issue because they are so desperate to maintain their power. This can be seen almost explicitly in the Freedom to Vote Act, which includes a new campaign finance provision that would ensure certain candidates receive millions of dollars in public funding for running a campaign. The majority does not discuss this provision very often, but do the American people really want public dollars to go to fund campaigns? State oversight in elections is important. Like so many things, the majority fails to recognize what works best for one state is not necessarily going to work in another state or across the country. States know what practices work best for their voters, as they have done throughout history. It was not hard to find many flaws in this bill, and I was able to do so with less than an hour's time. But I remain disappointed in the priorities and practices of this majority. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Today is my birthday, and I could not think of a better gift for the American people. In the last 24 hours, we found that 5 states, Republicans, decided to put in false certifications to determine that Trump actually won the November 2020 election. In the bill in Texas that was passed after the big lie, they allowed the legislature to overturn a duly held election. Do you not think there is a siege on the rightful vote of Americans, no matter who they are, of people of color, of young people? I am so happy that we are decided to move forward on the Freedom to Vote Act, but the John Robert Lewis Voter Enhancement Act that will stop the detrimental gerrymandering that wants to eliminate members of color. It is time now that the relic of the filibuster no longer promote discrimination and racism, but frankly that we move on protecting democracy, on cradling democracy, on recognizing that we are patriots who stand to support the idea of the Constitution. I support this rule because the Constitution rules and the American people deserve the right to vote. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the representative from Texas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prevented by House rules from using the profanity that I'd like to because I stand here absolutely outraged. I'm outraged because the Democrats have outdone themselves with this lie. I'm outraged because the Democrats have made a mockery of bipartisan collaboration for cheap political gain. I'm outraged because the Democrats have not 1 ounce of respect for this institution, or the rules, or the consequences of their actions in this chamber. A few hours ago, H.R. 5746 was the NASA Enhanced Use Leasing Extension Act, a simple 3-page bill that was good for NASA, good for our space industry, and good for our taxpayers. A bill that I was very proud to co-sponsor. Now in the dark of night, this bill has been hijacked and mutilated to become the latest iteration of the Democrats' federal takeover of our election system, a wolf in sheep's clothing. In fact, the only thing left from this original bill is its number. And what's worse, I can't even remove my name as a co-sponsor. Isn't it ironic that the same bill that Democrats are using as a vehicle to steal elections in perpetuity was itself stolen? I can't say that I'm surprised. Just like with elections, if they can't do it legally, Democrats will find a way to hijack and steal it. And all of this from the party who claims Republicans are the obstructionists. Give me a break. Madam Speaker, I demand that my name be removed from this Trojan horse, and I urge every single one of my colleagues to vote no. And with that, I yield back.
The chair cannot entertain the gentleman's request. The gentleman from Massachusetts is
Madam
recognized.
Speaker, I'm not going to be lectured about respect for this institution by anybody who, after a violent attack against this Capitol, the people who work here, this democracy, that after a violent attack, then coming to this House floor and voting to overturn, to nullify the will of the American people with no basis of fact at all to do that. So I will not be lectured by anybody who would do such a thing. And quite frankly, I think it's unconscionable. And at this point, I would yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the distinguished Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the recognition. I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished chair of the Rules Committee, for his leadership in bringing this important legislation to the floor tonight to enable us to fight for voting rights tomorrow when we vote for the legislation. Many of us will have more to say tomorrow on the substance of that bill, but I just want to place this action in time. Today is an historic day because we are taking a big step forward. Thanks to the leadership of the distinguished majority leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, we are in position now to take a step forward with this rule to enable us to debate the bill tomorrow to fight for voting rights. Yesterday, or Monday, 2 days ago, it was yesterday. Was it Monday? President Biden made it crystal clear that the Senate must find a path forward to enshrine critical voting rights legislation into law. That was yesterday. Today, House Democrats will take another step to defend our democracy with legislation called the Freedom to Vote, John Lewis Act. We'll send it to the Senate for urgent consideration after we debate it and vote on it tomorrow. I want to thank John Sarbanes of Maryland. This is a bill that we have voted on in this Congress, in the last Congress, but also in this Congress, in this House of Representatives, we voted for the People Act, which is the essence of the legislation we are considering now. It was H.R. 1 in the House. In addition to that, it is attached to H.R. 4, the John Lewis Voter, it's more than that, it's John R. Lewis Voter Advancement Act, which will be, as I say, part of this package tomorrow. So because of the leadership of Chuck Schumer, John Sarbanes, Zoe Lofgren, Terry Sewell, who has carried this legislation again and again, Mr. Butterfield, the distinguished chair of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Nather, so many people, we've had this debate over and over again in the House and in this Congress. So when I hear people say, oh, here comes a bill we've never seen before, no, we had a vote on the House on this already. We had a vote on the House on this already, and this is as it comes back to us this time from the Senate. Yesterday, as I said, the President made it crystal clear that we had to get something done. Again, Mr. McGovern is giving us that opportunity now. So I just want to say that why this is necessary, and it has been said in your committee this evening, but let me just be brief because the night is getting on. Since we passed the bill before, and in the course of the year, the Republicans have continued their assault on voting rights in our country. Nearly 400 bills introduced, 20 of them enacted into law, which not only suppress the vote, making it harder for people of color, people with disabilities, people to vote, but also legislation to nullify the vote. Doesn't matter how the people vote, it matters how the people we appoint decide how they vote. That is not a democracy. It strikes to the heart of a democracy. Strikes to the heart of the democracy, and that is why this legislation is even more necessary than when it was first introduced. It is a continuation in legislatures across the country of the assault that was made on this Capitol to undermine the Constitution, the Capitol, the Congress, and our democracy on January 6th. And as the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts mentioned earlier, that there was not even a vote to accept on the part of many on the other side of the aisle the results of that election. I thank you not only for your leadership tonight, but for that dangerous day for you to take over the chair after the security spirited me out because of threats on my life. So again, this is urgent. It's a repeat of what we have done and done again and again. We're glad that the Senate is ready to receive this next iteration with very little change from what we have passed before. In Georgia, when President Biden delivered a clarion call to defend our democracy, he said, "I will not yield, I will not flinch, I will defend your right," he said to folks, "to vote and our democracy against all enemies, foreign and domestic." And so the question is, he said, where will the institution of the United States Senate stand? Well, we'll see. Now, we have the question of the filibuster. Now, until we had this debate on this voting rights and filibuster's become a discussion, what was your view of what that word meant? When somebody said they were going to filibuster something or they were engaged in a filibuster, you thought they were going to talk for a long time. Filibuster, to talk for a long time. Not to obstruct justice, not to obstruct debate, not to obstruct the majority to be able to take a vote, to discuss something. By passing the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act, the Democratic House will make clear that we in this House stand with the President, yes, but with the American people to fight for voting rights. Nothing less is at stake than our democracy. The sanctity of the vote, the integrity of our elections. That is what is at stake. So I thank all of our colleagues who participate in this for their committed leadership for the people in the fight for voting rights. And with that, urgent I vote and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the representative from Texas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to my colleague from Minnesota. Madam Speaker, I'm glad that it was brought up tonight, those who have served and been willing to give their lives for this country. You know, if we're going to talk about numbers, let's talk about the numbers in 2020. More people voted in 2020 than ever in the history of this country before. And yet we're talking about suppression. Well, under Democrat leadership, our country is breaking records. Record high inflation, record high illegal border crossings, historic levels of drug and human trafficking across the border, skyrocketing energy prices, surging crime rates, and countless empty shelves in grocery stores across the country. Americans are watching the value of their paycheck literally shrink before their eyes in real time as inflation spikes to the highest levels that we've seen in 40 years. The border is an absolute disaster. I was there last week. Illegal border crossings are again the highest ever, with close to 2 million illegal apprehensions under President Biden's watch. Fentanyl has crossed our southern border at levels that we have never seen before, and it's the leading killer of young adults in this country, 100,000 lives plus in 2021. And instead of bolstering American energy security, the White House is spending their time lobbying for a Russian pipeline that will most certainly be used as a weapon against our allies in Eastern Europe. The policies of this administration and a Democrat Congress have led us into a record-breaking season of crises. But instead of working to fix these issues, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are attempting to distract the American people. Do we really think that Americans aren't paying attention? And tonight we're twisting the rules
The
to
gentleman's
pass
time has
a
expired.
bill.
Madam Speaker, I yield an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
And tonight, Democrats are twisting the rules to pass a bill to nationalize our election system, allowing for hard-earned taxpayer dollars to finance political campaigns, and handing control of congressional district boundaries to the powers that be in Washington, requiring states to allow felons to vote and overriding wildly popular voter ID laws. And to reference the president's disappointing speech yesterday, supporting voter ID or opposing this Washington power grab does not make you George Wallace or Jefferson Davis. That is nonsense.
The gentleman's
Americans
time has
deserve
expired.
a president and a government that will lead us out
The
of
gentleman's
crises,
time has
not
expired.
create them. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just remind my colleagues that that voter suppression takes many forms. Sometimes it's Republican state legislatures making it more difficult for people to vote. Sometimes it's members of bodies like this that, on one hand, brag about the record turnout in the last election, but have been working overtime to try to nullify, to try to disqualify the votes of the people of this country. It's stunning. I request unanimous consent to insert in the record a July 2, 2021 U.S. News and World Report article entitled, Report, Republican-led state legislatures passed dozens of restrictive voting laws in 2021. And Madam Speaker, one voting rights expert said in this piece that we are in the midst of, quote, a voter suppression effort we haven't seen since the likes of Jim Crow, end quote. To suggest that this isn't happening is to ignore reality. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the representative from Texas.
The gentleman is recognized.
And I thank the gentlelady for yielding. This bill that we got in short order tonight does not reflect the actual text. And once again, the Rules Committee had very short notice to consider the text without really any chance of being able to read it. And certainly now we're on the floor with no chance to amend it. It's supposed to be a NASA-focused bill, but it's actually a Trojan horse. A Trojan horse the Democrats are using to drastically change election law, do it without any input from Republicans. No input in the Rules Committee, no input here on the floor, no chance to amend it in the House Administration Committee. This is a messaging bill from the Democrats to get a bill quickly passed in the Senate. While they've got an agreement, we saw how their chaotic attempts to pass Build Back Better, how difficult that became, and how that bill eventually failed. It is ridiculous that such large changes to longstanding law would happen approaching the middle of the night when the American people won't realize until after the fact what we've done. And that could be no surprise. Look, does anybody really think the American people voted for 8% inflation, for gas lines, for gas at over $4 a gallon, for a chaotic foreign policy that has caused the death of many of our allies and many of our servicemen, as the exit from Afghanistan showed? No one voted for that. And yet, we're told there's no problem, we'll just push ahead and we're going to get this done. We have a lot of issues that we could face, that Americans are facing right now. No oversight of the COVID relief bills amid reporting of waste and abuse. Inflation is sky high, grocery shelves are empty, and the crisis continues on our southern border. Congress has provided over $5 trillion in coronavirus relief funds, but no oversight. Billions of dollars remain unspent, and inflation is at its highest level in decades. Right before Christmas, the president said everybody ought to get a COVID test, and by golly, he'd make them available. They're not available today. I went online and ordered some because I thought this may be important. 2.5 weeks later, I received them. Of course, I paid for them. These weren't free from the government. But there aren't enough COVID tests, and the hospitals and healthcare facilities are on life support. What is our administration doing? What is our Democratic leadership in Congress doing? Nothing. Our response should not be so uncoordinated and effective going into the third year of this pandemic. And let me just point out, we've not had a single hearing in the Energy and Commerce Committee where we have jurisdiction over this on this very issue. Another national crisis is the hundreds of thousands of migrants pouring over our southern border since President Biden took office and declared an open border. Our frontline border officials are overwhelmed and under-resourced. This open now sign remains on, and even more concerning, we require our federal agents to take a vaccine. It's a mandated vaccine, and yet the people coming in, it's voluntary. We'll give them a vaccine if they would like, but of course they don't have to take it. And I will tell you, being down in El Paso last week, it's all about getting these kids in the ORR facility, getting them pushed through and getting them placed with families. The average length of stay now at Fort Bliss is down to 12 days. That means no background check. What are you going to do when the stories start emerging about how these children have been misplaced and abused in the locations that we, now, the government, are sending them? We're providing the last mile to the cartel's business. These crises remain unresolved. Congress could work on these. We are supposed to do that. We are the people's representatives. And yet, we spend our time in the middle of the night doing something that will never become law. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record a December 24th, 2021 Guardian article entitled, "Report Shows the Extent of Republican Efforts to Sabotage Democracy."
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, more than 260 bills were introduced in 41 states last year to hijack the election process. If this isn't a national emergency, I don't know what the hell is. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, Republicans will offer an amendment to the rule allowing for the immediate consideration of House Res 866. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
So moved.
Thank you. This resolution states clearly that the right to vote is fundamental to democracy and that legitimate elections are those which are safe from foreign interference, including illegal votes from foreigners. The resolution denounces the practice by some cities in America of giving the right to vote to non-citizens, including foreigners, who have violated our laws by being here illegally in the U.S. The resolution states firmly that the House of Representatives recognizes that allowing illegal immigrants the right to vote devalues the vote of every United States citizen. Madam Speaker, I present this amendment and I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so that we can bring up my resolution, H-Res 866, to highlight how imperative it is for election integrity and voter confidence that only American citizens vote in our elections. As members of Congress, most of us have attended a naturalization ceremony or two during our time of service. We've watched these very moving ceremonies as these prospective Americans take the oath of allegiance to the United States of America. They pledge their allegiance to our country. They swear to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. It's one of those moments that makes America the greatest country on earth. They've earned the right to vote in our elections. What New York City and others are doing by allowing nearly 1 million non-citizens to vote is a slap in the face to those who worked hard for that sacred right. While I don't support what New York is doing by any means, it's our job that we protect federal elections. Common sense will tell you that combining non-citizens and eligible American voters on the same voter rolls is ripe for abuse. It's really just not practical. Currently in Illinois, non-citizens cannot vote, and if they do, they face major legal consequences and could be deported. But in 2016, Illinois' automatic voter registration program mistakenly registered to vote more than 500 non-citizens who had done the right thing by checking the box stating they are not citizens on their driver's license application. However, several of these non-citizens voted in the 2018 and 2019 elections. This does nothing to bolster voter confidence in our elections. In fact, Madam Speaker, it does the opposite. Not only does this undermine the integrity of our elections, but the mistake by Illinois could also have had dire consequences for these individuals if they seek citizenship in the future. All of this could be prevented if states were actually maintaining accurate voter rolls, which has been required by federal law for nearly 30 years. Whether intentional or not, we know this is happening. It's undermining the integrity of our elections. This amendment would simply ensure those who are non-citizens who do not have the right to vote in federal elections are removed from states' voter rolls. This is especially critical as my friends on the other side of the aisle push for a federal takeover of elections. Let's defeat the previous question so that we can take a stand with my resolution to support only citizens voting in our elections and encourage states to adopt reforms that don't put non-citizens at risk of intentionally or unintentionally breaking the law by illegally voting in federal elections. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, let me just say to my colleagues, this is kind of pathetic. It's a non-binding resolution that does nothing, and I guess attacks immigrant parents who are involved in local school boards, I guess. But I mean, really, I mean, this is your response to what is happening all across this country in terms of the attacks on voting rights. The bills we're talking about bringing to the floor, let me just tell you some of the things it does. Our bill, which will become law, would enhance protections for individuals with disabilities. It would make Election Day a national holiday. It would improve election security by requiring post-election audits and voter-verifiable paper records of votes. It would protect elections from foreign interference. It would promote digital ad transparency. It would end partisan gerrymandering. I can go on and on and on and on. But the difference here is that I think we recognize, and I think, unfortunately, this has become a partisan issue, because I think there are a lot of independent voters and Republican voters across the country who are concerned, like Democrats in the House are, about the attacks on voting rights. I mean, the idea that we have one state that passed a law that said it's going to be illegal to give people water who wait in a line to be able to cast their vote, and we know in some states people have to wait for hours and hours and hours to vote, but somehow that would be criminalized, that would be forbidden? I mean, give me a break. I mean, I don't know what the hell happened to the Republican Party. I mean, I don't know when they decided that the basis for who they are was a big lie. We had an election in 2020. As one of my colleagues pointed out, a lot of people showed up and voted. I mean, the people who voted returned me and returned my Republican colleagues and brought new members to this body. And yet, they have been working overtime to embrace a big lie after a violent insurrection where people's lives were threatened. Our staff, the people who work here, lives were threatened. 140 Capitol police officers were injured. After all of that, they still embraced the big lie and are working to try to nullify the legitimate votes of the people of this country. It is stunning to me. So yeah, to take this, whatever it is, meaningless, non-binding resolution, and I guess maybe you could say you're for something, but it's nothing. It's pathetic. Or we can actually do something about protecting the right of every single person in this country to vote. With that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just like to remind my colleague from Massachusetts that I believe in 2016, he also objected to certification of the election. And it doesn't always sound like that when he speaks about the objections. But with that, Madam Speaker, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the representative from Louisiana.
Madam Speaker, just this morning we learned that inflation rose 7% over the past year. It's the highest rate since 1982. We have empty shelves. We have unfilled jobs due to labor shortages across the country. Schools are shutting down again. Crime is soaring in our cities, and faith in our institutions is in rapid decline. And what are Washington Democrats focused on? They want to blow up the rules of Congress so they can pass their extremist agenda to federalize local elections, legalize ballot harvesting, ban voter ID requirements, fund their own campaigns with precious taxpayer dollars. It is truly unbelievable to the people back home. Chuck Schumer says this is a response to the 2020 election and the state election laws passed in 2021. That's obviously not a true statement because the bill they're peddling was first introduced, in 2019. Joe Biden says it's to stave off the reemergence of a second Jim Crow era in states like Texas and Georgia, which passed election integrity measures this year. But that's a ridiculous charge. I mean, literally, it is the opposite of the facts that any person can verify with a single internet search. The truth is, Georgia's law has more days of early in-person voting than Joe Biden's own home state of Delaware. The 2020 election saw the highest turnout of voters in 120 years. And according to the Pew Research Center, 94% of Americans agree it is, quote, easy to vote. There is no widespread voter suppression in this country, and everybody knows it. In fact, voter registration disparities between minority and non-minority voters in states like Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Mississippi, Louisiana are below, listen, the disparities are below the national average and lower than Democrat-run states like New York, California, and Delaware. That's the facts. For Democrats, the only problem they're seeking to solve is the problem of how to secure for themselves more votes. Now, we've heard in New York, Democrats recently voted to allow foreign citizens to vote in American elections. You heard it right. It's a blatantly unconstitutional scheme that defies the most basic rule of our system. Hey, 7th grade civics, American elections should be decided by American citizens. New York's ridiculous new law has been challenged in court. We don't know what the outcome of that's going to be, but we can all take a stand here tonight to reaffirm to the people of this great nation that their legally cast votes will not be watered down and negated by the ballots of non-citizens. Madam Speaker, if the previous question is defeated, Republicans will amend the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution that acknowledges this simple truth. Allowing illegal immigrants and non-citizens to the right to vote devalues the franchise and diminishes the voting power of United States citizens. We all have an opportunity to go on record right here tonight to make our positions on that issue clear. I urge my colleagues to reaffirm the rights of U.S. citizens and vote no on the previous question. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
So let me remind everybody, if you vote no on the previous question, like my Republican colleagues would like you to do, you get to pass a meaningless, non-binding resolution. Wow, that's what a courageous thing my friends are doing today. And let me just say to my colleague from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, who I have a lot of respect for, yeah, some of us raised objections in 2016 because we were concerned about Russian interference in our election. I think the Mueller report actually proved that we were right on that. But let me remind her. Let me ask her, how many votes do we have? None. Of all the people that objected, how much time did it take? Less than 8 minutes. How many Capitol Police, Ms. Fishbach, were wounded that day? None. How much violence occurred in this Capitol that day? There was none. How much property was destroyed that day? None. And compare that to what happened here when many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, after a violent insurrection, after an attack on this democracy, came here with absolutely no basis of fact or evidence and voted to nullify the results of a free and fair election in the United States of America. So when people in this country express concern, not just Democrats, but independents and Republicans, when people express concern about the future of our democracy, that is what they are talking about. And voting rights are under attack in state after state after state. We see what state legislatures are doing. But the right to vote is also being attacked when we have members of this chamber who actively try to subvert the will of the American people. So you may think it's no big deal, and maybe you think that's how we have to, what you have to do to try to maintain power. But the bottom line is, as John Lewis said, the right to vote is precious. It's almost sacred. And we all have to come together, Democrats and Republicans, and we have to stand up and we have to protect it. That is what this is about. So talk about whatever you want to talk about, but the bottom line is we need to do this. This is the right thing to do. And by proceeding in this way, we will at least ensure that there is a debate in the United States Senate, and hopefully there will be a vote to actually make this into the law of the land. I reserve my time.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to remind everyone that the issue here is the federal takeover of elections. And the statement that I made was that someone was, or the statement that was made was about someone objecting to the certification and how that was somehow wrong. And I just wanted to simply remind my colleague that he himself had voted that way. And many of the Democrats have, over the years, voted to object to certification. And with that, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from New York.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, we find ourselves on the floor of the House of Representatives debating legislation to enact the great takeover of elections by partisan federal bureaucrats and their friends across the aisle and prohibit the most basic voting rights and security measures entrusted to the states and the American people. The so-called Freedom to Vote Act and the John R. Lewis Act, which Democrats hope to attach to a rider to non-germane legislation, will undermine the very integrity of our elections, not improve and increase access to voting, a mission we all share. The right to vote is sacred, and it represents the most important expression of self-governance as American citizens. This legislation will further erode the confidence of the voters who have already lost faith in our ability to ensure free and fair elections. President Biden and his allies in Congress are yet again pushing unconstitutional legislation to ban popular voter ID laws, mandate ballot harvesting. This includes states that have already passed these common sense laws to bolster election integrity and guarantee that each citizen is guaranteed one vote in each election, not more than one. This legislation also burdens the American taxpayer with the obligation to fund political campaigns, even for those whom they don't support. And worse, this pair of bills will open the door for non-citizens to vote, thus undermining and diluting the power of sworn citizens to control their government. In my home state, Democrats, one-party rule in New York City, one-party rule in Albany, are already enacting these radical policies that drive a dagger into the heart of self-governance. This deliberate act to erode democracy and to weaken the voting power of American citizens is not only wrong, it's unconstitutional. Article 2 of the New York State Constitution explicitly states that, quote, every citizen shall be entitled to vote at every election, close quote. Section 5-102 of New York election law states, quote, no person shall be qualified to register for and vote at any election unless he or she is a citizen of the United States. And finally, the 15th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution also protects the right of eligible citizens to vote. Subversive legislation such as this, allowing non-citizens to vote, signed recently into law in New York City, and most of the provisions that we are debating today will, if passed, undermine the core principles of freedom and individual rights that are enshrined and protected by our constitutional republic. In fact, a recent ABC News poll found that a mere 20% of the public was very confident in the integrity of our election system. Our democratic principles and the belief in the idea of one person, one vote is under attack, And when our citizens lose faith in the integrity of our elections, this is what happens. We are at a crossroads. Too many precious American souls have sacrificed life and
time
limb
has expired.
to protect our sacred right to vote.
The
Now is the
gentlewoman's
time
time
for
has
self-governance.
Madam Speaker, I yield the an additional 20 seconds.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Too many precious American souls have sacrificed life and limb to protect our sacred right to vote. Now is the time to choose self-governance by, of, and for the people, not a takeover to partisan bureaucrats. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, just a few quick things. One is, you know, I got a little whiplash here because on one hand, I'm hearing my friends say they don't want federal interference in local elections, and yet that's what they're proposing here, except, well, I guess they're not because this is non-binding and doesn't mean anything. So I just point that out for the record. Secondly, I know my colleague from Minnesota, I may have misheard her when she said that I voted to nullify the election in 2016. There were no votes on any of the state electoral college results. I just want to say, I'm a stickler for accuracy on things like that. And secondly, let me remind people why we are here today. I mean, we are here to pass the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act, which would expand automatic voter registration and same-day registration. It would expand early voting. It would enhance the protections for individuals with disabilities. It would make Election Day a national holiday. It would improve election security. It would protect elections from foreign interference. It will do, it will do things that, quite frankly, I think most reasonable people, I don't care what their politics may be, would think is the right thing to do. Unfortunately, what's reasonable amongst the American people is not always reasonable here in the Congress. So I think the effort that my Republican colleagues are engaged in really is about nullifying results that they don't like. Well, you know what? We all want to win elections, but sometimes we lose. It's not pleasant. But if that's what the people want, then the people should get what they want. So I, again, urge my colleagues to support what we are doing here today, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
So am I.
Okay. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have not heard any compelling arguments for pushing either of these bills forward because the flaws are clear. We cannot create a one-size-fits-all election system imposed from Washington that requires states to provide automatic same-day voter registration. It prevents states from removing dormant voters from rolls and overrides state ID laws. The Freedom to Vote Act would also guarantee public dollars would go into certain candidates' coffers. This is all nothing more than a partisan play for the Democrats to federalize all of America's elections. They are pushing it because they think it will help them stay in power. Historically, states have had oversight of their own elections. While there is always room for improvement, let's keep the federal government out of it and leave the states to handle their own election as it has been in the past. I oppose the rule and the underlying bill, and I ask members to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this rule and the underlying bill.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Minnesota for her service in this Congress and her service on the Rules Committee. She said that she hasn't heard any compelling arguments why we should pass these bills. I don't know, maybe she wasn't listening to me because I think I made a lot of compelling arguments here today why these bills are incredibly important. Something is badly broken, and we must have the courage to fix it, even if that means fixing it alone. That's what it means to do the right thing. Politics be damned. Because this is about more than petty partisanship. This is about whether we defend democracy or we sit back and we watch its demise. You know, I could never live with myself if I did nothing. And I think I speak for a lot of my colleagues on this side of the aisle. I wish there were more colleagues on your side of the aisle who felt that way. You know, working with my colleagues, I'm going to try to do everything possible to stem the insidious tide of voter suppression in this country and the attempts to nullify the will of the American people. You know, because there's no guarantee that America will forever be a democracy. It isn't planted in our soil. It isn't floating through our air. It is us. We're the only ones who can guarantee democracy prevails. And this vote is about nothing less. I strongly urge a yes vote on the rule and the underlying measure. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. The gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Madam, as a designated member for Louis Gohmert from the great state of Texas, I advise the House that he will vote no on the motion in question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Representative Adams of North Carolina, I inform the House that Representative Adams will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates from Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Welch of Vermont, I inform the House that Mr. Welch will vote yes on the previous question.
California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on the previous question to advance the very important issue of voting rights.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Glenn Grothman from Wisconsin, I inform the House that Mr. Grothman will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Lofgren, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Representative Sean Patrick Maloney, inform the House that these members will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Cuellar of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Joyce and Representative Smucker from Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Representatives Joyce and Smucker will be voting no on the motion or on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the great state of Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Representatives Barra and Del Bene, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Matsui, I inform the House that Ms. Matsui will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Panetta of California and Butterfield of North Carolina, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Presley and Grijalva, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
The gentleman from Maryland seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, Mr. DeFazio votes yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member of designated by Ms. Kim of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote no on the previous question.
Oh, she's stepping away. For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Representative Cahelli, I inform the House that Representative Cahelli will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz, I inform the House that Representative Ruiz will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mrs. Granger of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Bobby Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will be voting nay on the previous question.
Oh, New York. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Bush of Missouri, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Speer, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, Mr. Wilson will vote no on the previous question.
Rhode Island. Purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Bass of California, Representative Pingree of Maine, Representative Wilson
of Florida and Representative Torres of New York. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McCall of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. McCollum, I inform the House that Ms. McCollum will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Reps. Christ, Cardenas, Castor, and Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yay on the previous question.
Gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution Number 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I'm the member designated by Representatives Swazi, Pocan, Doggett, and Jayapal, and I rise to inform the House that these members will vote aye on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Lesko of Arizona, I inform the House that Ms. Lesko will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler from Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Rep. Cleaver, I inform the House that Rep. Cleaver will vote yes on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Stanton, I inform the House that Representative Stanton will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Jerry Nadler of New York, Ann Kirkpatrick of Arizona, Andy Kim of New Jersey, Donald Payne of New Jersey, Albio Series of New Jersey, and Bonnie Watson Coleman of New Jersey, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lee of California and Ms. Tlaib of Michigan, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee and Ms. Tlaib will vote yea on the previous question on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote nay on the previous question.
All right. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks from Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated for Mr. Crawford from Arkansas, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote nay on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Schreier, I inform the House that Representative Schreier will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following representatives: Vela of Texas, Napolitano of California, Vicente Gonzalez of Texas, Roybal Allard of California. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Titus of Nevada, Price of North Carolina, Kind of Wisconsin, and Doyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House these members will vote aye on the previous question.
Thank you. Brad Sherman. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman John Garamendi of California, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote nay on the previous question. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on the motion to move the previous question on House Res 868.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Maloney of New York, I inform the House that Representative Maloney will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Ruppersberger, I inform the House that Mr. Ruppersberger will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Stansbury, I inform the House that Representative Stansbury will vote yes on the previous question.
Come on up. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Auchincloss, Chu, Cooper, Ledger Fernandez, and Frankel, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition? Purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
New Hampshire. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Bonamici, Brownlee, and Mang, I inform the House that Representatives Bonamici, Brownlee, and Mang will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Representative Juan Vargas, I inform the House that Mr. Vargas will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Rule 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on the motion to move the previous question on H-Res 868. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, is the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. DeSaulnier, Mr. Lowenthal, Mr. Liu, Ms. Barragan, Ms. Moore, Mr. Cohen, and Mr. Moulton. I inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Caston, I inform the House that Representative Caston will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote no on the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote no on the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Risher Husson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Husson will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Got like 3 members. Represented by Representative Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the previous question. As a member represented by Representative Boyle, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the previous question. As a member designated by Representative Gomez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the previous question. Thank you.
On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 201. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have.
Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Woo. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Welch of Vermont, I inform the House that Mr. Welch will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
North
Carolina, sorry.
North Carolina. As a member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote no on the rule. As a member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote no on the rule. And as a member designated by Mr. Risher Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Adams of North Carolina, I inform the House that Representative Adams will vote yes on House Resolution 868.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Reps Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that she will vote yea on HRES 868 As the member designated by Rep. Bush of Missouri, I inform the House that she will vote yea on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Bass of California, Representative Ritchie of New York, Representative Wilson of Florida, and Representative Pingree of Maine, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on House Resolution 868.
What purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated for Mr. Crawford from Arkansas, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Presley and Grijalva, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 868.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution Number 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote no on House Resolution 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California
Speaker, as
seek
a member designated by Ms. Matsui, I inform the House that Ms. Matsui will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek
Madam
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Spear, I inform the House that she will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Louis Gohmert of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gohmert will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, Mr. DeVazio votes yes on HRES 868.
Oh, for what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks from Alabama, I want to inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, and Mr. Lou Lowenthal, Barragan, and DeSaulnier of California. I inform the House these members will all vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kim of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Price of North Carolina, Titus of Nevada, Doyle of Pennsylvania, and Kind of Wisconsin, I inform the House these members will vote aye on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote nay. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will also vote nay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Rupersberger, I inform the House that Representative Rupersberger will vote yes on H.R. 868. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Who's next? For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Smucker and Mr. Joyce, both of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that both Mr. Smucker and Mr. Joyce will vote no on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on the motion to move the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler from Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Cuellar of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Glenn Grothman of Wisconsin, I inform the House that Mr. Grothman will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Panetta of California and Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Granger of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. Granger will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McEachin and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Stanton, I inform the House that Representative Stanton will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Herrera Butler will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Rep. Cleaver, I inform the House that Rep. Cleaver will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of the great state of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting no on on the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Representatives Berra and Del Bene, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lesko of Arizona, I inform the House that Ms. Lesko will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Reps. Cooper, Frankel, Chu, Auchincloss, and Ledger Fernandez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, Mr. Wilson will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Bonamici, Brownlee, and Mang, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McCall of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote no on the rule.
I will. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Stansbury, I inform the House that Representative Stansbury will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Bobby Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on the resolution 868.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Delaware rise?
As the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on House Resolution 868, the rule which will advance voting rights in this country.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution number 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on HRES 868, the rule providing for consideration of the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 5746, the Freedom to Vote, the John R. Lewis Act. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Gomez, I inform the House Representative Gomez will vote aye on H.R. 868. As a member designated by Representative Swalwell, I inform the House that these member will vote aye on H.R. 868. As a member designated by Representative Boyle, I inform the House that Member Boyle will vote aye on H.R. 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by John Garamendi of California, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on H.Res. 868.
Minnesota? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Betty McCollum, I inform the House that Ms. McCollum will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Jerry Nadler of New York, Ann Kirkpatrick of Arizona, Andy Kim of New Jersey, Donald Payne of New Jersey, Albio Series of New Jersey, and Bonnie Watson Coleman of New Jersey, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Carolyn Maloney of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yea on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Ruiz, I inform the House that Representative Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Reps. Lawson, Christ, Castor, and Cardenas, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Representative Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote yea on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by these members, Vela, Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Roy Boy Allard, and Vargas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Lofgren, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Caston, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lee of California and Ms. Tlaib of Michigan pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee and Ms. Tlaib will vote yea on adoption of HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Schreier, I inform the House that Representative Schreier will vote yes on HRES 868.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Swazi Pocan, Doggett, and Jayapal, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on House Resolution 868.
The tally on this measure, the ayes 220, the nays 202. This resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge the Senate to protect our fundamental right to vote. Communities of color are disproportionately targeted by the wave of voter suppression laws we've seen across America. These attacks are just the latest battle in the centuries-long, racially fueled war on voting rights in our country. But the right to vote is foundational to our democracy. Without it, we would cease to be a government of, by, and for the people. This is a life and death issue for America itself. The late Congressman John Lewis wrote that democracy is not a state, it's an act. I urge my colleagues in the Senate to act, to prioritize democracy and ensure access to the ballot box is not undermined. I urge them to send voting rights legislation to President Biden's desk to be signed into law. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of a very important day we're celebrating today, National Pharmacist Day. Today we take time to recognize and appreciate all of our community's pharmacists and everything that they do for their patients. During the pandemic, pharmacists joined with the frontline workers to help alleviate the pandemic by distributing life-saving medicines to their patients. Pharmacists are an integral part of each and every community that they keep people safe and healthy. As a pharmacist, I'm proud to take time today to recognize and honor my colleagues nationwide. In a world where our frontline workers are heroes, we must not forget those that bond with their patients and ensure life-saving and correct dosages are being distributed properly. I'm proud of my time spent as a pharmacist, and I'm very grateful for my colleagues and what they do to better their communities. Take time today to thank your local pharmacists and appreciate all that they do. Thank you all for your service to our towns, our cities, and our states. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to reflect on the remarkable progress of our nation's economy over the previous 12 months in what I suspect history will label the Biden boom. The progress achieved in 2021, helped along by the American Rescue Plan, is unmatched in American history. Our economy is growing at its fastest rate in 40 years. The nation added 6.4 million new jobs, and unemployment is now at 3.9%, representing the sharpest ever one-year decline. J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon recently said the consumer balance sheet has never been in better shape, predicting continued extraordinary growth. And a Bloomberg analysis found that President Biden's first year is ranked either first or second among presidents for, among other things, GDP growth, S&P 500 performance, non-farm payrolls, manufacturing jobs, and business productivity. But I recognize we have real challenges, including worker shortages, supply chain disruptions, and inflation. But working together, Congress and President Biden are positioned to move our economy forward and get us through this pandemic to a place we were stronger than when we went in. Whether Republican or Democrat or independent or anything else, every American should be celebrating the resilience of the American spirit. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Lou Gallagher, longtime president of Gallagher Dairy Company, who passed away in December, surrounded by his family. He was 87 years old. The Gallagher Dairy Company is the third-generation family-owned regional dairy company headquartered in Johnstown, Pennsylvania since 1914. Lou was chairman and president for more than half a century. He turned his family's dairy business into one of the largest enterprises in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the Mid-Atlantic region. Gallagher Dairy distributes ice cream, milk, iced tea, and other beverages throughout several states. Mr. Speaker, Lou was a giant of the dairy world who served as a board member of the International Association of Ice Cream Manufacturers and a president of the Quality Checked Independent Dairy Processors Cooperative. He was equally devoted to the Johnstown community, which he served in various capacities over the years. As president of the Chamber of Commerce and the Greater Johnstown Jaycees and a board member of several other organizations, Lou was always committed to the region's success. Lou Gallagher was an incredible force for good in the Johnstown region, and he leaves a legacy that will be remembered for years to come. My prayers are with his family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
To ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, I rise today to honor and celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. It is often said that it is the words of a giant who could galvanize all of America around the wonderful concept of the beloved community. Dr. King was assassinated in 1968, and so many have come from his spirit. But I thought this year, in the midst of the very divisive fight for voting rights, we could just remember his marches, his words, believing in a dream and recognizing the goodness of America. He marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. He walked with our friend John Robert Lewis and his other friends, Hosea Williams and Reverend Andrew Young and Ralph David Abernathy. And he always thought that he could never give up as he went to the White House with Lyndon Baines Johnson and insisted on the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act. We must honor him in these coming days, not by words and tributes, but by doing the right thing, building on the democracy that he so much dreamed for, even though his life was cut short. And to thank his family, Martin Luther King III, and all of his children and his wife for the sacrifice they made for America. I pay tribute to Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Address House 1 minute, revise stem my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many areas in Northern California across my district have seen record snowfall due to recent winter storms. That's good in a lot of ways, but also we've seen tens of thousands of residents have been without power for several weeks in freezing temperatures, and our governor has banned also the use of gas-powered generators, banned gas-powered generators as a heat and electricity source. Meanwhile, those who do still have the power face all-time high energy costs as they try to heat their homes thanks to President Biden's anti-domestic energy policies. On President Biden's first day of office of his term, he canceled the Keystone Pipeline, effectively killing 11,000 American energy jobs, stopping new exploration for oil, and which have driven up energy prices and increased our dependence on foreign oil, who he's asking for from China, Russia, and the Middle East. The cost of having our homes heated has increased 30% since last winter, and more than 1 in 4 Americans reported they were forced to forego other basic expenses to pay their energy bill in this last year. Under the climate agenda President Biden has, gas prices are up nearly 60%. The cost of propane, kerosene, firewood, energy are all up over 30% from this time last year. We must reverse these damaging and unnecessary policies and reduce our reliance on foreign oil before more harm can be done to the American people and our economy. I yield back.
Any other member seek recognition? Pursuant to Section 11, Sub B of the House Resolution 188, the House now stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.